Third turn. Third turn. Good morning and welcome to the Predator Epbf European Pool Championships. This is the teams division and we have quite the matchup here early morning between Team Croatia and Team Poland. Poland obviously one of the favorites for the title, so it will be interesting to watch their road. On this table we will feed Konrad Justison and Michel Bartel. On the other tables we have the other matches, of course, within this team's event. In the commentary booth we have Joris van Amersfoort and Tim de Ruyter covering this match, but we'll keep you up with the scores on the other two tables. Good morning, Joris.
Good morning, Tim. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward for this match.
I was gonna say, I think this match could be a good one. I've seen Bartel play, Michel Bartel, now a couple times this week. Did get to the last 16, I believe, twice now in the individual competition.
Yeah, he looks really settled down in this event. And the break-off is pretty nice. Made a ball and a perfect position on the one to start off.
Yes, we are playing a race to 8 here on this table in the 10 ball. Have to break from outside the box, so there's a little box in the kitchen. You have to put the cue ball just outside that. On the other tables we have the 8 and the 9 ball, so basically all 3 disciplines covered in the teams. 8 ball on table 3 is Mateusz Śniegocki and Roberto Bartel, the brother of Michel Bartel.
Michel, yeah.
And on table 2 we have Konrad Justison and... no. Excuse me. Table 1 we have Daniel Marshall and Ante Sola. So, missed chance there from Konrad.
Yeah, to be honest, I think he played, to me this is a double way shot. Like if you go for the side, you go for the side. If you make it, you make it. But if you miss it, the object ball should end up close to the free ball. He completely missed just the pace for that shot. Ooh.
Yeah, quite surprising miss, but like I said, it might be early morning for him as well, so let's be nice to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, this shot by Konrad is not the best one. So indeed it looks like both players has to wake up a little bit.
Yeah, safety behind the 8 coming up. Oh. Wow, missed the hook. Played it too firm. I think he was mainly also trying to bring the 1 behind the 10 just in case, instead of just purely focusing on the cue ball.
Konrad is now aiming to hide the cue ball behind the 3. Well, that's close. Good shot.
Well, the good news on that shot is the fact that as long as the cue ball goes near the short rail, you don't really sell out. Like, it makes not so much sense to shoot at this 1 ball. I don't think there's much future.
I think there's a double kiss involved if you play the safety here.
Yeah, the kiss is quite close, and just to say, well, just drop it in and play safe on the 2. He played a really nice shot there. Look at the shape.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Amazingly good.
I mean, let's say like this. In just a couple minutes ago, we both felt like they had to still wake up, and then he came up with that shot on one ball. So it's quite the improvement. And now difficult 3 to the 4. Probably low left can still get there.
Don't want
Yeah,
to fall
problem
behind
with-
the 9. Yeah.
Problem with that shot is that on the second rail, all the left spin you put opens up, widens the angle quite a bit. So it's so easy to fall behind the 9 ball in that case. So you have to judge also like, okay, I need this much left spin, but you're also scared not to get over there. So it's like kind of in between. It was a tricky shot, and I might jump here. I don't mind the jump, but he probably doesn't because of the shape. Well, this is gonna go in front of the side. Open layout for Conrad.
Nicely done. Yeah, from here it should be the roadmap to finish this first rack.
Well, I have to say Conrad has been having a pretty awesome week so far already, winning the European 10 ball championship. And I'm not too sure if he's still in the 8 ball, but also was making a deep run in that. Did lose in the last 32 in the 8 ball, but from the stuff he played, I would say he's definitely one of the strongest players I've seen this week.
Yeah, I agree. I've seen him becoming European championships in the Netherlands. He can be a very strong and dominant player.
Yeah, I think the only thing for Conrad is at times when he hits that gear, he's like phenomenal, but sometimes the consistency is not so much there. So yeah, which is the toughest thing to practice in pool, I feel like, to be that good all the time.
Yeah, it's a good point. How do you think it's the best way to practice that? Play a lot of matches? Straight pool?
I think actually one of the things that's very important is to put a lot of hours in and practice exactly what you're about to do in your next tournament. So basically, if you're gonna play a lot of rotation, then you have to start playing a lot of single shots, long shots, big strokes, breaks, and then if you have a couple 8-ball tournaments or something else, then you kind of start going over more patterns and straight pull and different things, actually different tables, different conditions. You know, you kind of have to practice more precise, I think, because then you show up to a tournament feeling like you're playing at home. But then also you still have to get the mind right. You have to be in good shape, because you can get the mind right, but if you're not in good shape, it won't last too long. So it's about doing everything consistently at home to bring it to the field, I feel like, which is way easier than you way easier to mess up. I mean, how often do you say you're on a diet and after a week you say, I can have a couple chips, you know, a couple fries, a couple
Yeah, absolutely.
whatever. I mean,
yeah.
it's so easy to do. In the meanwhile, good break from Conrad. He's already on the 5 ball.
Yeah, he's looking to draw this one rail out.
5.
Yeah, tricky one. I think he could go 3 rails and land in between the 6-8. That's, yeah.
To stun it
like
to
that.
the side of the short rail, yeah. He's drawing it.
Whoa. Similar line, needs the bump on the 8, and
Ooh, that's unlucky.
well, he might have just enough, but based on his facial expression, I don't think so.
So safety play here for Conrad, and Michel is at the table looking at his 6-8 combination. Like it's on. It's a bonus. You need to hit it firm to have a position on the 6. Ooh. Missed it.
The thing, he did not have to play that aggressive shot. He could have also rolled, kick into it soft and just leave him tight, open up the 6-8, and then just wait. You know, you're probably going to be put in a lot of distance right after, and then you play one good kick shot and you can survive. Well, he's aggressive here too. Can he not just cut this in? He's kicking at this. He's missed it, and I think it's on for Michel.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that was an aggressive approach either, but he felt like that was the shot to go for.
So I'm not too sure if we had this before on the stream table. If one of the teams manages to win the overall match, then we won't be finishing our match, for example. Yeah, quite surprised Conrad missed the cannon into the 8 to get to the 6, but got tricky on the 5, and Bartol pulls one back, so they shared their first games here, one each. And at the other tables, the polls are up, or the poll Daniel Marshall is up 1-0, 1-0. Roberto Bartol currently a 2-0 lead over Mateusz Nigocki. So definitely one of the underrated teams, Joris. I mean, if you think about Team Croatia, most of the people would say, Croatia. But, you know, they could surprise. Well, quite a firm break. 2 balls in. Shape on the 1. Just slightly tougher shape on the 2 ball. I feel like he almost has to just drop it in and play the 2 in the bottom right corner. I don't really see many more opportunities unless he plays with top right. Oh, just played the top spin. More angle on the 2 ball here. I did commentary on one match from Michel Bartol where he struck big time. But this morning his cueing is starting to look pretty sweet. main objective for him, I would feel like, is just to keep the heat, keep the pressure on Conrad. I mean, definitely both know that Conrad is the favorite. He's won multiple major titles compared to Michel Bartel. He's had good results, but there is a difference. So main objective for him is just to tighten the screws, you know, just to make sure Conrad doesn't get comfortable.
Found the right angle on this 8 ball. Can draw back a little bit for the 9. So this early morning in Estonia, do you know that the tables are therefore a little bit smoother? The air density is quite low, I guess, at the moment. So
that was a good break run there he just made. Definitely the opening shot on the 1, that's needed a good stroke on there. It was a good effort. So 2-1 lead. Well, currently the scores tracking towards Croatia here. Roberto Bartel 2-1 up. Michel Bartel 2-1 up. So the Bartel brothers doing well for their country, but Ante Sola now down 3-0. And look at this break, Joris. What a layout. Just a cut on the 1. Gets him. Well,
that was a nice little kiss on the 5. If only he could reach it later on. So he now put the 5 in the jail, and I guess he has to take on the 3 and draw straight back into the 10 to open up that 5, and hopefully kick it in, but he just missed. And now it's impossible to take on this 4 ball, because if you make the 4, yeah.
I mean, I'm really considering a bank shot into the 5. Unless if you... Can you still make the 5 if you get perfect on the short...
What did he do?
Rail?
I think he believed that that what was on. But fully run into the 6.
He had to get perfect on the bottom short rail, and he's like 6 diamonds off.
Now, to be honest, this is not over yet. Like, the last thing you want to do right now is kick on this 5 ball. You want to leave it there. Even with ball in hand, it's quite tough for Michel to get from the 5 to the 6. So it might be an option to roll the 6 ball to a more difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, the one thing I'm not too sure about is that he's going to push the 6 to a tougher position, but does the okay, he's making sure someone would have to get some distance in from 5 to 6.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the 5 really might be on with the ball in hand.
Yeah,
so,
but to draw this away from, he's now doing the free fold. Put the cue ball down at the 8 ball. 8 ball down to the 10.
Yeah, perfect. What a shot.
I love this.
Now, the thing I might like to do is shoot the 8 into the 5, putting the 8 right behind the 10,
I see you.
to where the 8 at least is not available, and then you kind of have to pray. You have to pray for the other guy not to run out, but he...
Oh, you opened up? Okay.
Okay, maybe he's just saying if I put the 10 where it is now, it's difficult to get to the 8 ball. Guess something like that. Could draw off the 8 here also.
So, one good positional shot here for Michel. Probably close to the end rail. All the way back. It's looking good. Play this one real first. And needs a little nice screw back from the 9 to the 10.
Well, would he be fine just to stun over like a ball or two?
Yeah, I think
Because he's
so.
quite straight.
You're
yeah, I was
correct.
gonna say that he looked quite straight, and drawing would make the cutting angle bigger.
Right, 3-1 lead. Was quite an interesting rack.
To say the least. I mean, it's most of the time those racks, they take forever when they're on the outside tables, but now we're using the shot clock. It actually, like, as you could see, Conrad was really struggling with that 5 ball over the corner because he didn't really have too much time to think. He was basically going on his own intuition.
Yeah, so first he tried to open up with that free ball and a screw back into the 10, he missed it. Then he decided to go from the 4 all around to find position on the 5, but run into the 6. So that again is a mistake. And eventually when he made an intentional fall to open up the 8 and the 10 there, well, he opened up too much probably. Gave an easy table to Michel. So quite some errors in that rack. And Marcel Bartol is now 3-1 up.
Yeah, has a shot here on the 1. Could also play safe behind the 2, but I felt like this might be on and draw into the short rail out. Oh, I don't understand why he could have went straight over to stick the cue ball behind the 2. Way closer to the 2 ball was needed. Either that or to go for the one in the side. I thought it was on. So Conrad looking for safety behind the 8. Speed is nice. Just got it slightly too thin. Cue ball is leaked. And the safety paid dividends for the Croatian, so another chance.
Needs to find a path from the 1 to the 2, close to the 7. Oh, that's a nice shot. Nice touch. The 4 is at the other side of the table, but still a table, so probably the most difficult position to get on is the 5 ball. With the right angle on the 4, he might go forward. Drawing it straight back towards the side pocket at the right.
Well, it will be very awkward from the 5 to the 6, I believe.
You think
Or
so?
can he still go forward? Oh, he's
Well,
playing
at least
draw.
he's playing draw.
Oh,
Played it
little
towards the
speedy.
short side. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's quite low on humid, meaning the table is quite fast, I feel. The cloth. In the meantime, the Bartel brothers are doing great in this team last 16 event. Both are 3-1 up. Only Daniel Mashil from Poland is leading 4-0 to Ante Sola. So overall, I think Croatia is in a good position here.
Excellent shot there on the 6 ball. You know, that could be a very important shot he just made on the 6. Still making sure he can continue in this game. A possible 4-1 lead. Nice little angle on the 9, so just a little stun off the rail to be almost straight on the 10, so 4-1 lead coming up. And as Joris said, also Roberto, his brother, is doing well. Ante Sola pulling 1 game back, trailing 1-4. Croatia is making a good run for it. This is the last 16 single elimination phase, so meaning that Poland is in a little bit of trouble. If they lose 2 matches, they're out. At this moment we also have a couple other team matches going on, as Slovenia is taking on Team Norway. Team Portugal is playing Team Finland, and Team Germany is playing the locals, Team Estonia.
Yeah, that last match is probably looking to go to the German team, because Felix Vogel is leading 5-1 and Stefan Kasper is leading 4-1. So that looks good. Also, I find quite interesting in the match between Portugal and Finland, where I feel like Finland could be the favorite in the match. But Pedro Pereira is leading 5-1 and João Grillo is leading 5-2. So they're in a good position too.
Yeah, good shout there. Portugal always one of those countries that kinda surprise at times, and especially whenever they bring a new Portuguese player that just now randomly is slaughtering people on the 8 ball. That's something that happens quite often, and that's because they play a very different kind of style on 8 ball in Portugal. I'm not too sure if it's Sinuca, or they have a very tight table where they play 8 ball on. So in general, when they get to this table, they feel like the game is a lot easier than the one they play back home. Well,
something like a Chinese 8-ball table, you mean?
Yeah, Ish, I think the corners are... I think the corners are even... Well, not... I was gonna say more horrible, but I think they're actually... they're tighter. In the meanwhile, we have Bartel on the way for 5-1. A little bit straight on the 5, so can he cheat the pocket just slightly? Did not cheat the pocket, just took the 6 as it comes. Has to go 1 rail to the 7, or at least to the center of the table.
All good, and now all reason to think about a 5-1 lead.
Well, might have to go one rail again here. Slightly over angle to the left. Oh, he's landed funny. He pulled his bridge hand out. It's landed right in the middle, yours.
Absolutely. And going forward, there's a scratch involved. He feels like he's missing the scratch, but I think it's pretty close. Oh wow, cheated on the thin side. Therefore he took the scratch out of the equation, but that 8-ball was about to miss. But in the end just found some gravity.
So this mid-range 10 ball, as you can see, the nerves are starting to be there. Extra time on this 10 to get a 5-1 lead. 4-game window would be amazing for him in a race to 8.
Well done, 5-1 lead indeed. Well, Konrad Jujicin is always a tough guy and I don't think he will give up easily. But he needs to step up a little bit to get a foot on this match. And I think there's a timeout now called by Michel. No, he just updated the score, sorry.
I mean, I also, from my own experience playing the teams, I also feel there is like momentum, not just in this match, but usually it runs around the room on multiple matches. So you see when one player starts to make a little comeback, it kind of looks like the other matches, the player from that same team is starting to get fired up too and starting to pull a couple games back. So basically if one can make a little comeback, a little run for it, then we might still see big comebacks on all tables. So oh, this one's gonna come up dry.
Yeah, but the good news for him is that the 1 ball is in a tricky place to start with. You think he can topspin this into the corner and send the cue ball towards the 6?
Yeah, could also play inside and land, take a path in between the 4 and the 2, but that's going to make the 1 ball tougher.
Good goal there, Tim.
Well, even though he played a good shot there, the worst thing is that he landed quite straight. And as you can see, there is really no nice option at all to get closer to the red 3 ball. So he's going to leave himself long here, yours, and that 3 ball, to shoot that from the corner, it's not everybody's favorite shot.
No, this has to be played with a lot of pace. Probably leave the cue ball close to the 10, I guess.
I don't think I would try to do too much. Well, it depends. If the 4 goes to the bottom right, it might not go.
Yeah. Well done. Nice shot there. He did a lot with that. Now at least it cuts back to the other corner. Oh, there you can see it. It does go, but it's quite small. The A-ball is blocking a little bit of that pocket, so he'll take on the other pocket. Going around the 8. Nope.
Oh,
Went
and
into the
in
8.
between.
Yep. It's not going his way at the moment.
Well, he was looking into playing the bump on the 8, but just slightly thicker than he was wanting it to be. Could be also caused by pocketing the 4 either thicker or thinner. Yeah, close try on the 5. Look what he's gonna give Michel. I mean, he's definitely got opportunities than a lot of other players have had this week. Still some traveling with the cue ball. As you can see, 2 rails from 6 to 7. Oh, did stun the ball a little bit more. Just barely missed the 8. Now back to the center of the table to run the cue ball around from 8 to 9. Yeah, a little bit of a pokey shot there. Tough 8-ball this is. Quite the cut.
Yeah, maybe Michel is getting to feel the nerves in his arm. You've seen some body movement already.
Oh, quite
Again,
some body English.
Yeah, all of his body he used to make that shot. He is getting to the end of this match. Race to 8. Jacked up, so needs to stand still again. That's good. And this easy 10 ball for a 6-1 lead.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Conrad is coming up with big shots to solve the beginning of the rack, but eventually he's just falling out of line or something, yeah, awkward happens. To then, he's just gifting the other 4, 5, 6 balls every time to Michel. And now Joris, I'm quite sure Conrad has taken his time out. So we will have a small little look at the other 2 tables going on. Here we see Daniel Maschol and Antesola at it. Score currently 4-3, Daniel Maschol. And at the other table, Snigoczki, Mateusz just came back on Roberto Bartol to score 3 each. So things are starting to be more level, looking better for the Poles.
Yeah, than before, but Daniel Maschol had a 4-0 lead, and now Ante took 3 frames back. In the meantime, Portugal is 6-1 up and 6-2 up against Finland. So that's looking good for Portugal. So the team event is continuing in the last 16 after this match. So, like just over an hour, we will start the second part of this last 16, and we will continue teams on Tuesday morning. We will start with the quarterfinals, and we will finish it in the Tuesday afternoon, the teams. And in the meantime, we will finish the 8-ball and we will start with the 9-ball event. And if you're not done watching pool after that, we have some great news, because straight after these European Championships, we will also broadcast the Euro Tour with commentary. So a whole week of pool will be available to you for free, and I hope you tune in. So every player has one timeout available per match, with a maximum of 5 minutes.
Yeah, which is kind of tricky if you think about it. You start the timer on the screen, so basically you push a button, then the time starts running, but when you come back you have to press that button before your time runs out. So basically you only have 4 minutes 30 seconds.
Because you need like 15 seconds to walk out the room.
Well, if you think
or you
about
don't
it,
want to be in the end.
Well, maybe the restroom is at the other side of the building. Maybe you don't want to start running. As you can see, while you're walking to the table, you see, oh, I have 8 seconds left. Now you're running to the table, like, to make things comfortable. Yeah. Well, this is the break. I don't think he... No, it's okay. I was gonna say maybe the 10-ball ties up when it comes back, but as you can see, nothing's tied up. Great shape on the 1-ball. So 2 rail forward. Play the 2 in the bottom right corner. Even 1 rail had plenty of angle. Are we in for a big comeback here? Because Team Poland kinda needs Golden Conrad to do something. Slight lead now for the Poles. 4-3 Mateusz Nigocki and 5-3 Daniel Masiol.
Yeah, currently we're missing the scoreboard on the screen, but it's 6-1 to Michel Bartol. Now the 7 is only available to the left, so you want to finish pretty close to the side pocket to avoid contact with the 10. Nicely
Oh,
shot.
it's done really
Nicely
well.
done. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe he even has the angle to stop or just go slightly stun run, but I think he's made his life a lot easier because of the great shape he just played.
Screw this over the side pocket. He at least picked up some pace.
Well, maybe that was the thing he was missing. I mean, he used to play like this all week, and then earlier he kinda maybe was playing out of rhythm.
So, got a wreck again on the board. There is the scoreboard back. And now he will update it to a 6-2 score. Michel, brother of Roberto, was playing Mateusz Nierkocki. Do you know who's older? Roberto?
I truly do. I do not know. I would say Michel actually. From in the years, I think I used to play in the same age category as Roberto, and I never really seen Michel in that same category. So I'm assuming it's like maybe 2 years older. I might be able to find more on that. Let's see if I can. While Michel is breaking the balls here in the 9th rack.
Made a 6. And another perfect layout. Well, close to perfect. He's pretty straight on this one ball. And he has, yeah, of course, always the option to go forward. If he's drawing this, then he will have a cut shot on the 2, but it's gonna be difficult to land nicely on the 2 probably. Yeah, that's why he took on this shot. This is not easy. Yeah, give it some second doubts how to approach it. I guess take on the cut shot, just missed a 4 ball with the cue ball and bounce up a little bit towards the center of the table. Gotta stay down on the shot. Oh, there was a lot of body movement.
Still tricky for Conrad to run out, just as tricky as it was for Michel with how the 4 and the 7 are laying. I did get some closure on whether who's older and who's not. Michel from 92 and Bartel from 95.
Ah, so Bartel is the younger brother. And in what year were you built, Tim?
What year I was
What's your
built?
construction year? What's your construction year?
Well, I think they made a slight mistake here and there, but 96. Okay.
It's in. I found position. Nice shot there by
could
Conrad.
not have landed. Could not have landed easier on the 4. Had to take the cut on the 4. As you can see, the 7 and the 9 is blocking to get straight. Then now if he crosses over, stays on the right side of the 5. Left side also possible, but the right side could stun straight over to the short side of the 7. Yeah, possibly Conrad's starting to play a little bit more relaxed and loose, because during his timeout he's seen that Mateusz Nierkocki is up 5-3 over Roberto Bartel and Marcial is up 6-4 over Antesola, so now the Poles are in the lead. Obviously relaxes you a little bit more, and tight safety here. Clever shot instead of going aggressive.
Yeah, and one real kick shot is out of the equation. So it's gonna be difficult to find contact, I guess. Go up and down, twice the long rail. Oh, that's too much. I think he went for one real kick shot, but I'm not quite sure that that was available. So after 6-1 down, it's now back into 6-3 after these last 2 balls. And an update from Portugal, who has the 8 ball in their way. So Pedro Pereira did win 8-2 to Jerry Fiertaranta. And Joe Grillo is leading 7-2 at 10 ball. So he's on the hill to win the team match against Finland. And it's Conrad to break off in this 10th rack of the match. And to be honest, 6-1 down was not a match anymore, but if he makes this a break and run, he is getting more and more into the match. And this looks good.
Do you think he's also coming back because of his team doing well, or just because he found where he was struggling during the break?
I think he at least picked up some pace, and that really helps him playing better. He might pick up pace because he let go a little bit, because the pressure is not on his shoulder anymore. So yeah, I do think that the team results are helping him to find this new gear, this new rhythm. And also maybe because Michel has shown now that he is kind of struggling with the nerves. A few times he showed a lot of body movement during the shot, therefore missed at least 2 balls, 2 enforced errors. And that might give some energy towards Conrad too.
Yeah, good point. Getting his hopes up. Yeah, 6-1. Now starting to look like 6-4.
Mateusz Nikoki is 6-3 up, so if he managed to get this towards his side.
Well, I think it would actually be nice to see Croatia do well, because I'm so used to seeing Team Poland in semifinals or finals. I believe they are the defending champion, or maybe even 2 years in a row defending champion. So tough to not be biased actually, but yeah, I said what I said.
And it has been recorded, Tim.
Well, it's mainly just for the fun in the competition.
Well, you have to admit that Poland always is a very strong country. They have so many great players. And now suddenly things are not going the way of Michel Bartol. It was a direct scratch, wasn't kicked in.
Well,
Now,
one thing that I've seen a couple of times with Team Poland throughout the years is to where sometimes they would start with a different different lineup to go into the team's event, and then during the team's event they would just swap one player to, well, maybe that player has shown a little bit better form, or like they're not switching up too much, but just maybe at some point they just swap, maybe tiredness or fatigue, like I said. And yeah, now this year they have just been playing only the 3 of them, I believe. I don't think I've seen any other player than Masiol, Snigochki or Konrad.
Yeah, they did. In the winners qualification, Konrad Jurchichin did play, but 9 ball was played by Miško Fortunski, and the 8 ball was played by Wojciech Svesik.
Yeah, so they put Fortunski in, and that's also one of the strengths. They do not only have 3 good players, they have like, they always bring 4 or 5, so if one's struggling, it's easy to swap them out.
You just get the feeling that Konrad was like still sleeping during the first 7 frames, and suddenly he was waking up. So I finished my breakfast, and now suddenly rolls up 4 racks in a row, and got this one back 6-5, and has this break in the 11th or 12th rack.
Yeah, possible chance to level the score, and absolutely, I don't think anybody would have thought, if you looked at how the match was going, I don't think anybody would have expected this to turn around that fast, and especially to go straight from 6-1 to possible 6 each. I mean, he hasn't broken Rand yet, but it would fit this match.
Oh, that's unlucky. The cue ball got kicked away straight into the corner pocket. And it's an open table. The 8 ball, of course, is hanging there in the pocket. And there will be a 3-8 combination. That's always interesting to see and watch how that will develop. And it's going to be interesting to see if Michel is now settled down his nerves. He's no longer into a big lead. He cannot longer think about the win. So that might help him to do the thing that he has to do. Winning the rack.
Yes, sometimes it actually helps you out, and sometimes I think it makes things worse, knowing that the other guy already came back. Played a good shot, nicely controlled 3 ball. Has to land in between the 6 and the 4. Uh-oh. Oh, trouble.
Unnecessary. Could have played a lot of more sides to land in between the 5 and the 6 to take this snooker out of the equation. Yeah, and this kind of mistakes, if this happens to you, then it's really hard to stay positive, I feel. So this kick shot on the 4 is quite important. You don't want to lose this rack because of this error.
Oh,
close.
that was a close. Oh, I'm glad we both felt the same way.
Well, a shot on the 4, it's the wrong angle. It's not a nice angle. Can he avoid the kiss with the 10 ball? Are you going to use the 10? Yeah, it was
Oh, he's
more
missed the
difficult
4.
than at first. Yeah. Did he get away with it?
Well, with how well everybody jumps nowadays, I would assume this to be a hanger. I mean, this should go in always. I think he has to play the jump cue.
In order
Now
to
it's
put some
just-
draw on it.
Well, the only thing I was gonna say is to get to the 5 ball is trickier than making the 4, I believe. Yeah, he's only made sure to make the ball, and I don't think he's on the 5. Well, he's shaking no, but I don't really feel there was any draw on the cue ball there. Did you spot anything?
Yeah, I spotted that there was no any draw on the cue balls. It was more like a stun.
Well, needs a long one now. Ooh, quite off the side. Don't think he's left something on the 5, so kinda is okay, but Conrad could roll up on the 9 soft if he wants to.
Call the bank.
For me, time now. Extension. Just 10 seconds.
If he takes on the bank, he probably plays this with inside English to leave the cue ball close to the short rail, I guess.
I was thinking outside, left spin, leave the cue ball high. He was trying to leave the 6 in between. I think he has it. Nice little two-way. That's the thing too, like some players, they would not try to shoot that because they are not comfortable swinging at the 6 ball right after from this position. And he is so comfortable with just the pocketing that he likes those 2 ways, and if they finally start to go, he gets more opportunities.
And this is not safe, so a great opportunity here for Conrad to equalize this match. And a few minutes ago, I would never thought about the scoreline to be 6-6.
Yeah. What a match we have seen. What a 6.
Perfectly on the 10 now. And there it is. 6-all. Of course, the scores on the other tables are quite important in this teams event between Poland and Croatia. So this match is set 6-6. Daniel Masiol is leading 7-6 in a race to 9 ball. And the other match, the third match, is between Mateusz Schnigoki and Roberto Barton, the brother of Michel. And Mateusz is leading 6-3 in a race to 8. So in the end, you'll have to say that the momentum has shifted from Croatia to Poland. And now Poland is favored to win this team match. And in the meantime, Michel made 4 balls on the break.
Yeah, just this one ball. I mean, we have seen him miss a couple balls under the nerves. And this one is also, it's awkward queuing over the 4. Has to draw the cue ball in. Needs to stay still in order to make this. has missed it, and look at what he's given Conrad. Well, for a second I thought it was easier, but the 8 came right in between the 1 and the 3, so that's the only good news for Bartel here.
Yeah, I think Bartel is now pretty okay with leaving this shot. Of course, you can see the 1 ball. He even looked at cutting it to the corner close to the 10 ball. Because getting position on the 3, it's either very jacked up or it's a very long path. He's playing it with a lot of jacked up draw. Wow, look at that
what a
shot.
shot there.
He made that look easy.
Well, that's a rack winning shot, I believe. Yeah, 2 balls to get on the hill. This match completely turned around, and partially because of Michel Bartel, but also because of Conrad. If you look at the big shots he's coming with, for example that 1 ball. 7-6.
Yeah, it's quite clear that during the timeout somebody pressed the turn on button at Conrad, because really he was switched off and he got awakened since the timeout. Six racks in a row. Now, suddenly, for Conrad, he is 7-6 up. Mateusz Schnigogi is on the hill, leading 7-4, and the 9 ball is tied 7-7. But this break-off from Conrad is for the match. At least it would have been if he made a ball. But he got a dry break and not a shot on the 1 ball. So you play safe here.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe to bank the 1 to the short rail and follow the cue ball against the 4. I don't mind that, but he's playing behind the 9-10 and
Yeah, I think he was afraid that he would roll over the 10, but
yeah, he looked like he was disappointed and mad and all emotions.
oh
came
no,
together.
again! No,
Again, oh no, and he's perfect. Oh, two
rail
rails.
kick shot here. Nice.
Beauty again. Oh, look at, oh no, look at this behind the 9. No, he didn't get it, but still, actually, as a result, I'm not going aggressive here. Queuing over the 10, having to hold the cue ball. I'm not even bothering. I might play safe behind the 2.
With cue ball behind the 2.
Well, playing the 1 ball thick, banking the 1 ball over, and following the cue ball in between the long rail and the 2. Probably.
Yes, I see. Yeah, all right. But it looks like he's taking on the cut shot.
No, he's banking, I believe.
You're right. How is his luck this time?
Not so
It's
great.
not. No. And now it's a real chance for Conrad to win the match from 6-1 behind and then win it 8-6. Lovely shot there. Now the 3 is not available in the side pocket because it's blocked by the 8. So needs to shoot it in the other side pocket. Needs to fall nicely on that 3 ball. Because you don't want to run towards the 4.
I think
He
he's
looks perfect.
got him. Yeah.
He's straight enough.
Yeah.
perfect.
Maybe still has to work on leaving himself decent from 5 to 6. Quite some traveling. Maybe get near the 8 to go forward. But I probably would play to the center of the table, or at least an angle going to the right long rail. I think that's the easiest.
Well, at least he brought it quite close to the 5, so it's easier to work with. At the other table you could see that it's finished. Mateusz Nigoki won his match 8-4 against Roberto Bartol. That means that if Konrad Juricin runs out this rack, Team Poland has won against Team Croatia. And this looks amazing. I have to give a lot of compliments to Konrad. 6-1 down, beating him 8-6. Congratulations Poland. They're through towards the quarterfinals. Croatia is out of the team competition. We will continue with the next team match in like 45 minutes planned. So stay tuned. I want to thank my friend Tim de Ruiter here in the commentary booth. My name is Joris van Amersfoort. And we're happy to bring some more commentary in the next match. See ya!
Such vest, you know. I play every match almost there.
It's not easy. Go from there to.
Yeah. And then we break. One ball here, 2 ball over the court. Yeah, it's a nice combat, you know. You play amazing.
Yeah, from 1-6-1 I play really good.
Yeah.
Before you play really good. I couldn't do nothing. I made one mistake in the 1-0 for me. And
so cruel game, you know. Stuff. Good luck.
you
yeah.
hooked yourself. Yeah.
Because these tables are so fast. I play, we play almost every match. I play maybe 2 matches.
Yeah.
You know, and I think 20% it's faster.
Yeah, it would be for the light. Yeah.
And I can switch that fast, you know.
Yeah. True.
In time also, time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
These kind of matches I don't like to play with time because it's
Me
so
neither, yeah.
stress, you know what I mean? And
I know.
I like to take my time a little bit more, not
Not 2
not
minutes,
too
but
long, but you know,
just
all
a
this time,
little bit.
yeah.
It's a little stressful.
Yeah, stressful, yeah. These kind of tough matches, you know.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. And that's why I asked you before the match.
Pa
We
zna se da
time
se
clock,
igra na ovim.
shot clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always like
Zna se da se igra na ovim.
maybe it's team. You know what I mean? But it's okay. It's very good. Yeah. And two tough shots. I missed 2 tough shots.
6-1 is big lead.
But
Ajde, nismo ništa.
yeah, you can lead 7-0.
Yeah,
And lost.
it's still lose. Yeah, for sure.
Tough game.
You have to make them all.
Yeah. Thanks. Možda mi solo malo dole onda.
Odeš sa na ovoj torbu i na ovoj nabijaš. Stavi na baci,
Pa nima biti.
ako ti možeš stati dobro, bolje.
Da, ali ne, zapne tu gore pa ne dođe ni do dole, znaš. Debelo je ovo dosta. Siv.
Aber ich sehe erst seit einer Woche, was das ist. Und sie sehen es jedes Mal. Ihr müsst keine Angst haben, wir spielen schon gegen euch auch noch. Keine Angst. Weiße wird immer gekießt. Das ärgert mich. Ich glaube fester, dass es weiter zurückspringt. Geht nichts mehr.
me once you can start. Because the TV team needs to notify me of this. Maybe you need 2 balls there.
Good morning or welcome back to the Predator Epbf European Pool Championships. This is the team event we're starting and we have reached the last 16 teams. Already a couple matches have been finished in the last 16, but we are ready for the next one, a good one between Team Austria and Team France. On this feature table we have Maximilian Lechner and Paul Vilches Pardo facing off to hopefully bring their country another point on the board. In the commentary booth for this match we have Graham Hickman all the way from the UK and myself, Tim de Ruyter, in the booth. Welcome, Graham. What do you think about this match here?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I think it's good. I've seen Max already play earlier in the tournament, so I've had the pleasure of watching him shoot some pretty good stuff. I'm still curious to say on Paul. I think I've only seen him play one time, but I think on paper, yeah, we would have to lean towards Max, I feel, and obviously the Austrian team is extremely strong, but France have been going well. They had a good win over Switzerland to get to this round. I think Fabio Rizzi had a bit of a hill thriller with Michael Schneider from memory. I think it was a 10-ball match there to give them the victory, but yeah, this is going to be a tough one for France, you think, overall, Tim?
Well, I have to say, Rizzi, former medalist on the European Championships, Alex Montpellier, former quarterfinalist on the European Championships, and yeah, the only not so sure match is probably this one, where Paul Vilches is a player that just got out of the under 23 category, I feel. So it's a little younger, still playing to get a lot of experience, so will be more difficult for him to get the point on the board. But the other two definitely could make an upset and beat Albin or Mario.
Yeah, definitely. I think with the 9-ball format as well, throwing in here with the teams, it's nice. You got a mix of all disciplines. Race to 2, or first team to get to 2, and we had that in the last match. Just a short moment ago, I was commentating with Mark. It was Poland against Croatia. We were all poised at 7-7 in the 9-ball, but unfortunately, the cup was not meant to finish that match because the Polish guys done the job to win two. Put my teeth back in to win their 2 matches to go 2-0. So the match ended a little bit premature, but that's how it works in teams. Tim, first to 2.
Yeah, and it's a really different dynamic in the teams. Whoa, big stroke there. He's not gonna like his neck shape. Cue ball on the rail, quite straight on the 5. It'll be tough to get to the 6 ball. I do. Yeah, you can, but awkward queuing, cue ball on the rail, and crossing your positional area. You see most of the time that pace is a little bit off, and I think this is too off angle to do something. Does he have a roll up on the 6? I don't think so. No, roll up on the 10, excuse me. So probably overcutting the 6 to the second time, but on the short rail. And the cue ball possibly having the 9 go in between.
It's a pretty good shot. Good 6 ball. Decent cue ball. Bit of a tricky one these can be, especially when it's on the rail. Finding a, just checking if it's touching there. Finding a thin edge is tricky. Can you separate these balls, Tim? Do you think? Can you just play a slow one and put the 6 on the left side and the cue ball on the right? It's a bit tricky from that angle.
Most of the shots are so tricky with how frozen the 6 is to the short rail. Could just play the 10 in between, but that 6 ball is going to dress up in front of the side. Too thick of a contact. Yeah, I also wanted to give a little mention actually that even though Max he lost, I believe in the last 32 yesterday in the 8 ball, but he was breaking the balls exceptionally well. Like, I don't think I've seen anybody else break that consistently with a accurate hit. Cue ball was stopping in the center of the table or like head on every single time, and he just produced that same break in the 10 ball, which is tougher being more out. So the early signs on the break are good, and that's also not really working in Paul's favor, I believe.
Yeah, it's a good call actually, Tim, and yeah, maybe that was a match you and I did. We did that many matches between all of us commentators. You kind of lose track of. Has he overhit this maybe? Just to stop my tracks. Oh wow. Well, he wanted to be on the 10, but he didn't want to be on the 10, so he needs to. Yeah, this is yeah, it's a bit of a careless one, that. To be honest, he had quite a nice angle on that 9 ball to come round for the 10. Just go on the bank.
Well, has he called it in the side then?
Yeah, cross bank. Oh, what a shot this is, Tim.
Oh! Well, I'm just wondering, does that 10... I mean, there is always a cut, but if you like it, it's different. I'm not... From this angle, I am not too sure if I like it. Plus, there is a pretty big scratch, 2 rails on the other side of the pocket.
Nicely done. He will take a bit of a mistake there by Max early on, so happens sometimes. But yeah, just back on the break, you were saying, Tim, is I think no, he's checking the rails there. I don't think that was the rail. It looked like he just overhit it. Yeah, good observation. I think you and I maybe commented on one of his matches, maybe that one you're referring to. I do recall he broke extremely well, but in terms of consistency on breaking, I think Max is probably one of the best at it. Once he finds a break, it's incredible how much he can replicate that break over and over again. Sometimes you see players losing the cue balls and different things, but he's definitely mastered the art of repetition. Let's get and see. Break here. Oh, he's got one on the side. He's going to be on top of the 4-ball though. Ooh, that might be not to be too bad. He might just be able to get his cue through there quite okay potentially. Looks a little bit awkward with the hand, with him being right-handed, Tim. A little bit awkward this.
Well, also he might need some left spin to go 2 rails for the 2 in the bottom right. And I mean, we all do it at times. Sometimes we strike a little bit left in the ball, but the cue also kind of nicks to the left, and in that case he could touch the 4. So as you see, he's now looking to bridge longer, the bridge hand behind the 8. Has to be careful. Now just play the center ball. Does need something on the 2. Does have something on the 2. I mean, he's straight in, 1 good shot, and then it's all about the 5. Does the 5 go in the bottom left?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it was a good call on that cue ball. He just didn't want to go too crazy. He just had to focus on the pot and try and leave a shot on this too. And like you said, 1 good shot here. You get nice position. Wow. Played it well. Extremely well. All of a sudden, 1 shot in, 2 shots in. This now becomes a rack winning opportunity for sure. Balls are all nicely situated as well, because 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8 and 8 to 9 are all pretty nicely situated. Doesn't want to be straight on this, so hopefully he's got a bit of angle. Yeah, he has. You can just push this over to the left side of the table. Doesn't want to leave too much angle on this, Tim. Just a nice thin snick along the cushion to come down for the 8-ball. Leave a stop shot on the 8 would be nice.
Yeah, I think I like this angle. I think he's got quite decent. Just top left spin, run towards the 8. Quite natural. Does have a very snappy kind of stroke. Very, well, I'm not gonna say pokey, because that could sound really negative. I mean, it's working for him, and he actually is looking pretty solid here, so don't really want to sound negative, but he doesn't have that really fluent kind of stroke or a slow backswing. Everything is quite quick, but that's his style. And as long as you're consistent doing the same thing over and over, there's not really much people can complain about technique wise, I think.
Yeah, if it works, right? I think that's the key thing. You've just said consistency. You often see if someone's got a very deliberate backstroke or flow that can serve you well under pressure. That would be my biggest thought, would be how would it serve him under the most intense pressure. But not everybody has to have a fluid stroke and a backstroke. This is this why pool is so nice and diverse. Everyone's different on how you've learned the game over the years. Have you been to academies? Have you been coached? Are you just pure natural? This is why it's nice to see. Gets one on the side. Where's the cue ball? Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, nice and plumb on the 1. 2 is near, so not too much effort into this 1 ball, I would say. Just to get to the 3 ball, I think, is trickier.
Yeah, because he's running to the right side, Tim, he's going to have a little bit more of a, maybe a thinner on the 2, and the 3 doesn't go on the bottom left, so see what shot he has in mind. Yeah, he's playing a thinner one. Is he going to try and come just inside the 5? Or is he going to go all the way around kind of 3 rails and come next to the 9 ball for the 3 in the side? Which way would you go?
Well, he has missed his shape once. Now he's cueing with his other hand. Does not want to run too far and be hooked by the 7. On the rail again. Don't think he can just baby the 3 in, so we'll have to use the top short rail to come back out.
Yeah, he might be able just to drop this in, you know. Yeah, just enough. He's played it in the far side of the pocket, Tim, so he actually adjusted the angle there to be able to roll that in. So good call. He could have went up and down, but he chose to pinch the pocket, if you like, or use all the pocket.
Well, I just thought he had more angle. That was a bad call. Oh well. Let's see. Well, this should be all fine. Get close to the 7. Maybe leave the cue ball on the bottom short rail on the 8 to get to the 9.
Yeah, pace from 8 to 9 is the key one. When the ball's in the pocket like that as well, Tim, it just sometimes can go a little bit more, well, a little bit harder to control. From an observation, you think, well, the ball's over the pocket. Yes, it is from a potting perspective, straightforward. But pace control can be a little bit more tricky coming when it's deep in the pocket like that.
Well, kinda needs to get this game on the board. Team Austria currently not doing too well, as Mario Hay is now down 3-0 against Fabio Rizzi. This match being 2-0 for Paul Vilches, and the only good news for Austria is that Albin Bouchon is now leading 3-1 over Alex Montpellier.
Wow, it's exciting. It's setting it up quite interesting indeed. Good win out there actually from Max. I do like the fact that he played one shot with his opposite hand. I don't know about you, Tim, but I can't play left-handed. It's very difficult. Some people find it a lot easier, but it's quite a nice advantage if you're quite good with it and you don't have to use the bridge or the rest.
I can't play any-handed. I mean, I don't see
be
the
so
problem, you know. Okay, so pulls one back, the Austrian, trailing 2-1. I mean, it's just a slight advantage still for the Frenchman. Maybe this break will give us an idea of how this match could end. Because does have a little less control on the cue ball, but he's definitely making balls, so that's a good sign. Has to make balls on the break in order to beat Max, because you know Max is going to break very steady.
Yeah, and that 2-ball locking up to the 4-ball makes this a bit interesting. Does he have a kind of a stop shot on the 1-ball here? Can he get the 1-ball away from the top of the table and leave him behind the 9? Not sure if it's going to catch the point or if he can catch it full ball, but maybe not. I'm surprised has he not left that same shot for Max to do a stop shot behind the 9 here, Tim? Or is that just me being too negative?
Yeah, really not sure if he can stop the cue ball behind the 9. He couldn't from the original position. And now I'm wondering if you would want to with that much distance. The 1 is really wild, has a lot of speed, of course, and tougher to play it perfect. I still like the cross corner. And I think actually that Paul could have played the cross corner on the 1 from the original position after the break.
Makes it, and he's opened the 2. Ooh, nearly. Does it go on the top left even? If it does, that's a great shot. It does, you know. I think you can pot this in the top right as well.
Well, if he stuns this to the top left corner, I believe he pushes the 4 over near the right center. So if he plays one good shot here, look at the rack after. 5 goes to the left center. Oh, he's played safe. He's played a very, very good safety, but I'm surprised to see this. Put the cue ball so frozen to the 4 to where there is no really easy one rail escape over the right side. As you see, as long as it's like straight up frozen, you block most of the kicking line. So might have to start playing like a masse kick, spin the ball, but so sensitive and not easy to put a lot of speed.
Hit the 4 ball.
Oh.
Hit the 4 ball.
Oh, he hit the 4 ball. Oh, he kind of had a result there.
Yeah, he just grazed the 4 ball when he came off the rail. I think that's just due to him trying to bend it so much.
With the cue ball or with the cue?
With the cue ball. He kind of flicked the 4 ball ever so slightly.
Oh, well then I shouldn't even have been watching the result. Little argument there. Referee calling time or 10 seconds or anything like that, but Max was complaining. He said, well, you know, I didn't even have room to shoot. Well, just shoot faster. Let's see. That was a joke, obviously. Just saying. Before I get complete rage over me, you know.
It's all fine. I think it's just sometimes the balls can land a little bit in that position. Just with this new setup and arena, it's obviously very special. Looks fantastic. But yeah, with the players being a little bit more in the center of the arena, I guess that might be happening sometimes, but very rarely does it happen.
Ooh, little in between again. Still has it to the bottom left. It's still fine, but obviously would want it to be straight on it. So Max struggling a little bit with the speed of the table, as we've seen overall. Has had that shape on the 10 earlier on where he didn't really get great. I think that's a nice way of putting it out there. And yeah, just overall, it's just coming up a little short or a little far, like just a little off. So more work has to be put on the table.
A bit short here. Yeah, was he forced into a bank or will he go for the very thin one? And yeah, he's going for the thin one. Cue ball will be travelling a little bit here, a few times across the table. This is thin.
Yeah, played it well. I think he's gonna get pretty decent on the 10. This is to tie the score at 2, which makes this match very interesting because Albin has taken a 4-1 lead over Alex Montpellier. Oh, he's missed a 10.
He missed it by a mile as well.
Yeah, caught it way too fat, and he was actually at the point of giving Paul the rack. Basically was ready to put his hand in the pocket, but I don't think it's allowed. I think if you do so, it costs you another rack, so that's why he still let Paul shoot the shot. Wasn't really gonna hurt in any way, but just explaining it out for the viewers that, you know, these rules, they are very strict, and yeah, just that. So I was gonna say, even still it's interesting, but a little less now they're not tied at 2. Fabio Rizzi is up 4-0 over Mario, and Albin Ushan is up 4-1 on Alex Montpellier, so it looks to be tied 1 each in this Austria versus France match, and the match we're looking at could be really the deciding point. So we're having front row seats to a pretty important moment.
Yeah, it's a good shout, Tim. And I mean, I have to say that was an incredible miss. He was setting himself up. Judging by the way he was lining himself up, does that look like he's did sight right training, or is that just his own? We've seen it a few times. I know Sanjin Filanovic has been doing it, and you could see clearly he was lining himself up in such a way. And it looked a little bit like Max was doing the same. Do you know anything about that, Tim?
Yes, but I'm not too sure. I don't think he has worked with, for example, Alex Lely. Don't think so. And I've never really seen him do it this much. So maybe recently he started to focus a little bit more on that. But I can see where it's coming. Like, I can see what you're saying, because I clearly see it too. He's doing something body positioning wise to be right on the right line, so just not sure if he's ever really worked with something like side right before. Oh
wow. Yeah, it was a good save. A little bit of a wild jump, I guess. He seemed to have a lot of power on that jump, but it was a full table that he had to cover. So this is another chance for Max to try and redeem himself from that very unexpected missed 10 ball. The balls are pretty nicely spread as well. Probably 5 to 7 is where the tension needs to be. Timmy needs to have a good angle on the 5 just to make sure he can get on that 8 ball, but where it is, sorry, the 7 ball, just to get on the 8, but where it is in the table, I think it gives plenty of options. Yeah, he's good. Probably play for this in the side, maybe, Tim, I think, just because it's quite easy to go just a little bit of left-hand spin, just to leave a nice little bit of an angle on this 5 to drift up the table for the 7 ball. I think that makes sense.
yeah, good goal. Wasn't expecting him to do so. He's been playing a lot of tight pocket events lately, so I was expecting him to shoot, or try to shoot, everything in the corners. When the pockets get tighter, the side pockets are so brutal to go for in general, so yeah, was just expecting him to play to the corner, but he's got a nice little angle on the 5 to where if he follows, he gets past the side pocket.
It's a little bit off angle, this, I think, is it not? He's going to have to either play this with a bit of pace, come off the top rail. Maybe it's a bit deceiving on the camera angle. You could probably draw it to the side rail as well, but you might have to just punch this off the top, I think. Yeah, that's what he decided. Nicely done.
Yeah, just really surprising he's missed that 10 ball in the last game. Overall, I would say he's looking steady as always. But yeah, just maybe took the eye of the shot, or something could have happened there. I don't know exactly, but just shocking. But he pulls one back again. 3-2 down. It's not too horrible, but ball breaking, so has to make sure he can get the initiative going on Paul's break, which completely depends on Paul.
Yeah, and he's taking a quick time out there, Tim. Probably a good time after that 10 ball, and a quick rack by him, so he's going to have a second to compose himself. And yeah, just on that quick update here, Albin has now extended his lead to 5-1 over Alex Montpellier. Fabio Rizzi still holding a good lead at 5-1. Mario seems to have got one back on the board there. But yeah, like you said, Tim, this is poised very, very nice, and let's assume that those matches do run like you suggested in the way of Albin and Fabio. Could be some tense moments in this one.
Yeah, I think this is really shaping up to be a nervy match, the one we have on this table. And well, the only thing you could say is the more experienced player in general still scrapes through a match like this. So then you would say, okay, well, Max got it. But the young Paul Vilches didn't really look nervous at all from the beginning. Especially that rack where he made 2 good shots in a row. I believe it was the awkward queuing on the 1, and then a longer 2 ball to the top right corner where I didn't really see any doubt. So if the confidence is right, we could see France advancing. Of course, if all 3 matches go like we are expecting them to do.
Yeah, exciting times for sure. Just where the players are taking a moment and fill you in for what's happening the rest of the day. After these matches, we will start to get to the very business end of the 8-ball event. We have 3 more matches across the both live streams coming today. Be the 8-ball quarter-final matches, semi-final matches, and then of course the final matches. Some very exciting lineups in the quarter-finals, Tim, as well. We have Tobias Bongas against Max Benko, having a great tournament there, he is. Then we have Juan Carlos Exposito against Stefan Kaspas. Again, Stefan Kaspas doing well again, already being in 1 final. In the quarter-finals there. You've got Mark Maggi, local Estonia, going strong in the quarter-finals against Sanjin Filivanovic. And then the last men's quarter-finals will be Albin Ocean against Wojciech Szewczak. What a 8 that is, Tim. That sounds tasty, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, especially in the game of 8-ball, I think it's already so tough to get far. Nowadays, everybody can play some 8-ball. So if you are already in the last 8, even last 16, I think if you ever had last 16 on European Championships 8-ball, I think you already played really well, because yeah, most of the players that start playing pool, they start by playing 8-ball. So
Should be fun.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to more action today. Will be interesting to see who wins the title. Now, you might have to take a little bit of a gamble here. He's looking at a 2-10. I might just try to draw in between the 2 and the 3. If I run too far, I have the 2 in the top right, possibly. If I run perfect, I get the 2 in the side. Not a big fan of playing for the combo, because the combo is only nice when you get dead straight on it. Yeah, just like this, kinda. He's played that really well.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and not sure if he can play it straight in the face. Yeah, he's pretty good. He could just draw this back. You will have to keep in mind the 10 ball will come back on the table. I'm not sure that will prevent the 2 ball in any kind of way. He's going to go forward, so he just dropped this in. Will the 2 be available in the bottom left, Tim? I think so. Nicely done.
Yeah, definitely solving the tricky situations nicely. I mean, if you looked at the 1 ball, it's not really sometimes about making the 1, it's about the whole situation. It could be a medium shot with a medium tough position, which could really cause a lot of trouble already. And he looks like he's doing pretty well overcoming those.
Yeah, but what you said, Tim, I think if he wasn't perfectly straight on that combo, he would have had to go another way or maybe play safe. Could have been a bit risky to push the boat out, but he did play perfect. Now he's probably going to play, he's going to play a draw shot here. Maybe hold this in the top. Take any risk out. It's going to be too far though. 6 might go in the top left still though. I don't think the side is probably the smart option here. I would go in the top corner. He is looking in the side. Wow. Must be okay.
Well, he did put a little bit more of a punchy stroke on that 4 ball, where he needed maybe a little bit more of a smooth draw. Smooth draw on there. But he still played a good shot in the side on the 5. I mean, I did like the corner too, because the pocket plays kind of big when you shoot to the corners, but
just looked a little bit tight, but he had more than enough room, like you say. Played a good shot, just punched it off. I have to say, he's been very good in this rack. He's managed everything very well. 1 more shot required to get a good angle on this 9 ball.
well, one thing that I do like about his game is that most of the shots are played with quite some authority. So he's not really someone that babies the cue ball around. He likes to strike him, you know, and that also gives you confidence, because when you get going it feels like you're just in that punch. Well,
Yeah.
this tend to maintain that 2-game lead he had. He was up 3-1. Max put a breaker run on him, I believe. But this would be a good reply, good answer.
Yeah, important racks, especially with Albin extending to 6-1 and Fabio extending to 6-2. So the momentum still seems to be going the way you thought, Tim.
Well, also if you consider Paul had to wait probably 4 minutes and 55 seconds to get going again, because Max took his time out, and Paul still broke and ran that rack. So that is a huge thing. That is showing good stuff, good signs for France. And now it looks like Paul has taken his time out, so he's just probably hoping to slow Max down, and after a dry break possibly to take a bigger lead.
Yeah, probably a good time to compose himself as well. I'm sure he can see the scores himself from inside the arena. So the players will know the importance of the matches. Mario just on this table here trying to close the gap. But as we've seen over these last days, nobody is out of the woods. We've seen some crazy scores from big leads, people coming back. Like I said yesterday, the Estonian team, Karl Naderberg, was 5-0 down against Roman Hibla. And he came all the way back and won that match. It was quite incredible. Definitely want to watch back on the stream if you have free time.
Well, it also looks like Fabio Rizzi is going on a break, so not only do we have the final finishing today in the 8-ball in the men's division. We also do have the women's division, of course, and the wheelchair. So in the women's division, we do have a couple juicy quarterfinals as well. Pia Filler up against Kristina Zlateva, Anna Gradisnik and Sara Iannini from Italy. Now, I might pronounce this wrong because my French is not too great, but Rose Vadeux from France is up against Chantal Stadler from Germany. And then Jasmin Ushan is up against Olivia Zalewska from Poland. So quite some juicy action coming, and we will finish the women's division today as well. So it's tough to pick a winner, I feel like.
Wow. Do we see the potential Filler and Auschen final? It's possible, of course.
Yeah, but I see no reason why couldn't be Olivia or Kristina Zlateva. Anna Gradisnik is one that goes deep as well, so potentially I think 5-6 players that could win the tournament out of 8.
Yeah, 100%. Lots of tasty matches coming. And then from tomorrow we will have the 9-ball starting. And we will have all fireworks from the 9-ball, because I think that is the game that lends itself to a little bit more crazy things. A lot more jumping, kick shots, all kinds of fireworks, big breaks. I'm looking forward to the 9-ball, Tim. That should be quite an exciting one as well once we get through today.
Well, one of my favorite is the 8-ball, so I'm a little bit sad we won't be having 8-ball anymore after today. Well, still in the teams, but yeah, that would be the only occasion. Now, after this Predator Epbf European Pool Championships, we do have the Euro Tour coming up, which is 8-ball again. So I cannot wait to break down more 8-ball patterns for everybody. As you see, Paul back from his timeout, so time to get back to the match. Paul Filch is up 4-2 over Maximilian Lechner. Basically that 2-game gap, because he's missed a 10-ball. I believe the score was 2-1 when that happened. That's where the Frenchman kind of took the distance, and kind of fortunate to make the 4-railer, and look at the shape.
Very nice break indeed. Good starter. 1-ball and 2-ball pretty next to each other, so yeah, you can take this one in the side if he chooses to run into the 4 as he's lining it up, or he could even take the 1 in the bottom left hand corner. Few options here. Nice break, wide open.
Yeah, I do like to shoot the 1 to the corner. It's just that Max has missed a similar shot like that, so like similar kind of angle on the shot, so is now choosing to play to the side just to make sure he stays at the table. Has to be careful not to lock up the 4. Oh, he did go to the corner and he's missed it.
Same shot, Tim. Similar. Obviously, it was 10 was easier, but he's done exactly the same.
Yeah, the 10 was a little bit more on the rail, but it was the same kind of angle, especially when you have to play just center ball, no outside spin. It catches a different throw, and it seems that Max is just not feeling that throw. He's caught both of them thick, pushed them into the rail.
Yeah, 2. You have to say 2 uncharacteristic misses from Max. We didn't expect him to miss the 10-ball for sure, and maybe that was on his mind on that 1-ball. But he has missed it nonetheless. Another chance here for Paul Vilches Pardo to get another one and extend his lead. This is good stuff by the Frenchman.
Yeah, he just, I gotta say, it's not like I see him play every week, but I've seen him play in quite some occasions, and he is looking quite settled down. Obviously, at some point we will see him get some more nerves, so I'm interested to see how he will handle the nerves towards the end. And I do think I was looking at the women's results, so I did miss the other table results, of course. Let's see, because I think Albin Ushan just beat Alex Montpellier.
Yeah, he was 7-1 up, so maybe that match is finished. See, Mario has got a few racks back. 6-3. No, it's still 7-1.
Yes. Yeah, still 7-1. I just thought I didn't really see anybody moving, so it must have been done, but I mean, there's not really much more to say on this match either. Like, Paul is playing nice patterns, not running too far or like awkward angles, so just nice in control, and he's playing a nice pace around the table, so doesn't take forever. It's nice to watch. Of course, then he lands himself a little bit straight on the 8, where he might be on the rail for the 9. But if he just gets to the if he just gets all the way to the top short rail, then he should be fine on the 9, right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he's playing it in the top. Yeah, he had a pretty good angle. I just feel there's a little bit sense of urgency by Paul here, because he can sense that he's got a nice lead and he's queuing well, he's looking confident. I think he really fancies taking Max down on this one.
Well, also, as an underdog, you know, playing the big guys, I mean, I would consider Max one of the big guys. You know that Max is quite shook at this point, like he is all over the place. And you know that if you're not going to take the opportunities, it will not take too long for Max to get comfortable and now suddenly start break and running every rack. Like, that difference is really not too far off from each other. Give a couple opportunities and now suddenly they start to play well. So yeah, he's just trying to stay as perfect as he can on the shape, and he's doing a really good job. He's 5-2 up. So yeah, still initiative, I feel, in the overall competition.
Yeah, I like what you said there, Tim. I think it's about putting the pressure, or keeping the pressure on Max, and showing him that you're not making mistakes. As soon as you start donating misses and making some mistakes yourself, then you give them the confidence. But right now he's just piling the pressure even more on Max. You'd love to get a break and run here though. Nice big break. That cue ball has been a little bit wild, Tim, hasn't it? So hopefully you can get a bit of control on that cue ball. Yeah, chance for Max.
Yeah, I think it's first try break for Paul. Could be wrong, but I do not really recall any other dry breaks. And it's kinda go time for Max too, because like I said, 6-2 down, that 4-game window is massive in a race to 8. 5-3, you know, whenever it's 5-3, 6-4, 7-5, I don't mind it too much, because it could basically be one dry break and you still steal the match. So just gotta make sure that the score doesn't get too heavy on him.
Yeah, I like where these balls are at the moment. The putting that one in the side, he was always going to leave it long 2, but where the 3 ball is, and the 4 and the 5 and the 6, they're all pretty nice connecting balls, if you know what I mean. Drag this one. Just needs to be conscious of the black. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays this on and off the rail anyway, away from the black. And
well, I don't like to baby I don't like to baby this shot anyways, as in speed. Just gotta make sure you put a decent acceleration on the ball. So I did like this pace better. The only thing I can really see going wrong is going from the 8 to the 9. We've seen Max struggle with speed in general, so something funny could happen. Maybe land straight on the 9. Like, there's a couple things.
Yeah, and also the angle on that 8 ball, he wants it as straightforward as possible because he has missed a couple of balls in that bottom left corner. I'm not saying he's going to miss another one, but I can imagine it's got to be in his mind if he lands awkward, that is. If he lands straightforward, then he'll be fine. 7 to 8 isn't too bad. Yeah, looks good. Just draw down the rail. Like you said, Tim, try and leave it. Well, he might have to go off the top rail. Looks pretty straight, actually. If he's perfectly straight, that's not ideal. Just squeeze it, maybe. Yeah, he was okay.
Yeah, probably one of the better options was to put yourself straight on the 8 instead of a big angle and go twice the long rail up table. Just easier to guarantee yourself an angle to get from 9 to 10. Doesn't have to draw all the way back down table, just anything past the side was fine. This is such an important game, especially on Paul's break. So steal on Paul's break, and you never know what happens on your own break, so possibly 5-4. So I usually count per 2 games actually in this format, not just per 1.
Yeah, Max just composing himself, get this A10 ball down, and then hopefully he has been breaking pretty solid. Good cue ball control. He would like a break and run himself here to close this back to 5-4. He's talking to Mario there. Maybe he's asking the score or what's going on, but I think Mario's still 6-3. Pulled a few frames back, and he looks to be in a little bit of a safety battle there on that 6 ball. Makes it. Could be 6-4 over there, Tim. Coming back.
Yeah, as you can see, actually both matches, this match and that match, the Austrians are climbing back into it. Yeah, in the meantime, Albin Ushan did beat Alex Montpellier 8-1.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's same break again.
Yeah, it was a crazy little carom there on that 3 ball, but the 9 ball was also tracking, went in, so now all of a sudden this break looks, well, this is just what he wanted. Nice open table. Yeah, probably 6-7 is really the shot, I guess, Tim, looking at these balls, just because of the distance and with the 7 being kind of in the middle of the table. It does give him options, but this is a nice layout nonetheless.
Yeah, 6-7. I'm just looking to see where I would want to be, probably I might just put myself straight or like center of the table. You know, any angle is basically fine on the 6, but if you get straight, I think you stay away from running into the 10. Like that 10 ball does play big to cross over.
Yeah, is he leaning over the 10? He's pulling a face, but I'm wondering if he's in the between. He could have.
I think he's fine.
Yeah, I wonder if he can just draw it straight up the rail. I think he's thinking, could I pinch and go straight up the left side of the table? But he could also punch it and go up above the 10.
I think I do like the draw and make sure just to get past the side. Like you need the angle on the 7 anyways to come back down on the 8, so just draw your cue ball near the side pocket and take the cut. He is looking to cross over straight away, I believe, to the top right corner pocket. That's where the cue ball will be tracking to play the 7 left, but you might scratch once in a blue moon.
He's going close to the 10. It's a finish one. Bit of pressure on this one, Tim. He's got to make sure. It's kind of good. He's got the part. He's played it well, very well. Could be a nice angle as well here. Oh, he's finished a little bit off straight. Punch it over maybe. Yeah, this is big. Is he making a comeback here? And Mario is on 6-4. And also Mario is at the table I saw in the corner of my eye when the just camera angle flicked there as well. So Mario from 6-1 down. Could be that he's coming back to 6. There you go. Could be back to 6-5. What a match it is over there.
Yeah, 2 very similar matches actually happening on these tables. Maybe not something we expected to happen because both Frenchmen were looking really solid. On the side note though, I mean, to the contrary, Max and Mario are world-class players, so if anybody could make a comeback or still scrape through this match, it would be them, I would say. Fantastic break there. Great cue ball. Made a ball on the side, shape on the 1. Just very tough to get to the 2 ball. What do you think, Ray?
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm not sure if he has too much angle. I don't think he can draw it off the side rail and back out. He might have to use the second rail. We'll see from the normal table angle in a moment. Yeah, this is a good view. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. He's not going to go for a bank, is he? Wow, there you go. Maybe he doesn't like it that much. He's going bank with an element of safety, Tim, here. He's got it, you know. What a shot he's played there. Wow. Great shot.
Well, he really went all out on that because, especially knowing that the 1 does go to the top right and just choosing to do different. I would say you have some, yeah, what's the nice word to say? Cojones.
I was thinking
Not too
courage.
scared. Courage. Yeah, that's maybe better. No, but I'm more saying he's definitely trying to play in a brave style. You know, like he's really trying to make it a fight, to make it a battle. He doesn't want to go down without the fight. He really looks like it. You know, like he's kind of has that attitude at the moment. And so far, so good. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, I think he looks pumped. I think he's really enjoying this match, whichever way it goes. He's obviously taking his shots. He looks very comfortable. I think he's right up for this match. This is going all the way, I think.
Yeah, only way that this could go wrong, I feel, is if there's maybe a little bit of pressure, but like we said, he's working his way through this rack. Interesting to see that he did not play that 2 rails, as in to come off this second rail where he's frozen to. A little bit awkward queuing. I do like to just draw this over to the right side. Just draw to where the cue ball always gets past the side pocket, and I'd rather stay too high than too low. Don't do something like a big stroke, but could go forward too, but I feel that is missable, and he has missed at 9. What a big shot that was.
Wow. That's probably the first, I think you called it, Tim, earlier. You said when it gets to the big pressure moments, it'll be interesting to see how he fares. I'm not saying that was all down to pressure, but it was a pressure moment nonetheless. Huge chance for Max Lechner here. Yard line.
Well, that 9 ball will really sting if Max makes his stand. That will hurt.
Yeah, especially because it's Max's break next as well, Tim, so this could be a bit of a swing in this match if he makes this 10 ball. Where's the cue ball? All fine. What a turning point in this match, Tim. Huge that 9 ball could be.
Yeah, and as we said, even though Rizzi had a lead, I mean, he's on 6 each now, so 6 each on this table we're watching here, table 1, and 5 each on our table. Austria definitely clearly in advantage.
Yeah, especially as they only need to win 1 game, with Albin already winning the 8 ball. So 2 chances. Right, we're not ruling out anything from the French side. They're in a great position also. Let's look at the positives here. It's 5-5 and 6-6. Very nicely poised, but there is definitely a momentum shift from the Austrian side to take more of a comeback mindset. What a break by Max again. This is what you're going to expect. Does have a shot on the 1.
Yeah, good news is basically focus on making the 1. Anything you can get after is okay on the 3. Like straight on the 3 is also straight on the 4, or like decent on the 4. Just gotta work your way all the way up to get decent from 5 to the 6. That's quite a tough positional shot. he might not be taking this one ball on. I've seen players not take this one, so maybe it's tricky from this angle.
Yeah, especially as he's just got back into the match 5-5. Does he want to play really aggressive, or does he want to keep control?
Time. Extension. Extension.
If he's going behind that 7 ball, Tim, I'm not sure if he's called anything. If he's playing safe, he needs to be careful of the scratch if he is trying to hide the cue ball behind the 7. Now he's going all out for it. Wasn't a bad effort, but he has left a shot here. It's thin, but looking at how aggressive Paul was, does he take this on, Tim, or is this too risky from this angle? 3 positions not ideal, but he could try
I
and
like
knock
the
him up
cue ball behind the 5.
Yeah, behind the 5. Sorry, not the 6.
It's maybe
Yeah.
it's maybe a little bit tricky from this angle because the one is quite a bit off the rail, so the cue ball will land later on the short rail, pretty much to the left. Could also
Just play a lot.
play just
Sorry,
the
yes.
opposite cue ball behind it. Yeah. That was doing that shot.
He's got a chance to hide the cue ball here, but the bank is something he has to keep in mind a little bit if he is trying to hide behind the 10 ball, or if he chooses a 3 ball, maybe he just puts it on the bottom rail. He's calling the bank just in case. Oh, it's hit the points. It's come back. Where's it going to land?
Well, he will feel disgusted by that because he's also played it in such a way to where if he didn't make the bank, he would probably leave distance or a hook behind the 10. So double, well, you could say it's unlucky, but you could also say, well, he's missed the bank. He went for it and missed. So 2 sides of the coin. I think it was unlucky the fact that he catches the point and he sells out.
Yeah,
Another
it could go
important
anyway.
chance.
Sorry, Tim, it could go anywhere from the points though, but like you said, when you go for those banks, technically you're sending it towards the middle. It can happen, right? These things do happen.
Yeah, on the other table now, Rizzi taking the slightest of leads, 7-6 up against Mario Hay, and the last rack, we've seen Paul miss the 9. Can he run out here and take that slight advantage as well, like Fabio did? Looks to be a little bit straight on this 5 ball.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he can go forward with right hand side and just avoid the 10, but he can probably draw it. Look, he's got a bit. No, he's got plenty. Wow, that's a shot, Tim.
Yeah, for sure, definitely, and he's also not out of the woods yet. If you look at 7 to the 8, needs some more work. So longer 6 ball and then good positional shot. Good shot on the 6.
He's definitely letting his arm go a little bit here. This is big. Another big 9-ball. How does he fare on this one? He's got a little bit off angle as well, Tim, so he's probably going to go forwards here. Off the top rail and back down, I think.
Well, he has missed one of those going forward, but not this time. Clean hit, at least past the 50-yard line. Slight angle on the 10. We're getting closer to the finish line. This is a very important moment, actually. This to take the lead again. Paul Filches Pardo is up 6-5 and is closer to taking it home for France. Team France really making this a battle for Austria. Currently at the other table, score 7 each between Mario Hay and Fabio Rizzi, so we could be in for a nail-biter.
Yeah, looks like a big moment there as well. Rizzi's jumping 2-ball over the corner. Both players on our table are watching just the same as us. Wow, what a shot. Two-ball just makes it a little bit more iffy. Bit of work now. That 2-ball in the middle of the table would have been a lot nicer.
Well, I would be just happy to have a look on the 1. Just gotta be careful not to make the 1 and the 3 at the same time.
Yeah, how would you see getting on this 2-ball, Tim? He needs to have an angle from this 1. That's why he's played it dead weight. It's just the 2 to 4 for me. If the 3-ball was somewhere a bit more straightforward. Can he get in that gap?
I might just draw right towards the 6 and the 10, but I'm not gonna play it very soft. Like, I'm gonna make sure it has plenty of pace to where if I bump them, then I'm not gonna be frozen.
Oh my God.
He miscues. What a moment to miscue. Now, what do you think about... He could have maybe cut the left side of the 1, cheat the pocket and go 1 reel there. He didn't have to draw. I was wrong too.
Well, it's just... I wouldn't say you were wrong, Tim. I think it's just comfort levels and personal preference. I think the draw shot gave a bit more control. But either way, what you said around the end part of that shot is still 100% correct. I do like going into that with a little bit of pace, going in like soft and finesse. It's a difficult one, but now Max has ball in hand. He could put it on the top short rail. Yeah, and leave a bit of an angle that he can try to control the cue ball how he chooses.
Yeah, at the other table I just witnessed Fabio Rizzi. He had shape on the 3-ball but hooked himself on the 4. Now it's Mario here at the table, so that could be his chance to take the lead finally in that match, to take that 8-7. And look what Max just has done here.
Yeah, he went for the soft touch, didn't he? He didn't take your advice. Wonder if this is Hey, here's a question for you. Obviously Austria only needs to win 1 game, right? And Mario, if he's at the table, he's going to be on the hill. How much time does Max need to rush in this match? Because if Mario wins, Austria wins, he doesn't even need to finish his game. So does he just keep it tight, not push the boat out too much right now? What do you think of that, Tim?
Well, I feel he's going to be in trouble right after, because you can nick the 2 underneath the 10, and if you can get a full cover, it will be really tough to get to the 2-ball. Yeah, just like that. I think this will be super tough to get to.
Yeah, could put the 9 on the 4 maybe. Just tie 2 sets of balls up. Could be an option. He's still going to be in trouble again, but he could make it even more tricky and hope for a better kick than this one.
So Mario did take the lead at the other table, 8-7. Max now tying up the 9 and the 4. This is interesting because the second foul won't be too tough, and if you place the 2 ball near the 9 and the 4, you could possibly leave yourself a nice third foul as well. I would just bank the 4 ball softly, the 2 ball softly into the 4. Hopefully the 2, you know, goes right in between, and then focus the cue ball on sticking with the 6. Yeah, just like that, just like that. This is a good shot. I am not sure if he can get to the 2. And as you can see, that third fall is there. And like we mentioned, you know, we're also getting to the finish line here. 3 falls would put Paul on the hill in this match. He's going to try and kick at this.
Yeah, I just think this one's not too... Yeah, it's not too bad to go for though, because he can just... Oh, he's fouled the 6 ball. That's not what he wanted to do. Where's it going to land though, Tim?
Oh, he could... I was gonna say, I would always try to at least find a way to disturb those 3 balls to where the safety, the third fall, is not too easy. And I think that is exactly what has happened. This one is a little trickier than the last one was laying.
Yeah, what about a thin edge? Can he play a thin edge? Yeah, and go behind the 9. I don't know if that's possible. If it is, he could be absolutely locked. He'd love to get the cue ball just past the 9.
Well, probably just short distance.
Yeah, this is a bit easier to hit. I say easier, but wants the ref to come and look at this.
Yeah, he is on 2 fouls. 3 fouls would mean a loss of game, so has to hit the 2 ball, and there's a scratch on. As you can see in the background, Fabio Rizzi at the table. How's the cue ball? No, he hasn't hit it. He's lost to rack. 7-5 Paul Vilches.
What a moment. Are we going hill on the other table, Tim? That's the big question. Yes, we are. He's on the 9. Wow, hill on table 1. And if somehow Rizzi can get over the line, this puts France in an absolutely phenomenal position, really, Tim, doesn't it? So Mario has to win this game. Otherwise, it's all on Max. What a moment. But back to this game for the moment with Max breaking. How's it looking? Oh, he's got a kick and push the... Wow, 3 balls just vanished in the blink of an eye. Incredible that was.
Yeah, he's been breaking the ball so well. It's just that maybe he's not getting the best opportunities. Then he's also missed a couple balls. Yeah, this is really exciting actually. Even though Albin Ushan beat Alex Montpellier 8-1, the other 2 matches are super close, so we can still go either way.
This looks good pace, mind. Yeah, he's got cover.
Yeah, we'll have to play 3 rails, I believe. It's either 2 rails over the top side of the table, but I think I like the 3 rails. And if you catch a full contact, the cue ball might slide behind the 6, or the 9 might go right in between. So there's a couple opportunities, you know, if you can make a decent hit. Anything on the either full or on the right side of the 2, I think could give you good stuff.
Yeah, agree. I like the 3 rails. Might have to bend it a little bit.
Or maybe just past the side. No, he's got 1 rail directly into it. Oh, good hit. Oh, look at this cover. What a hit from Paul Vilches. Didn't get the cover, not full, so I lied. It wasn't perfect, but he didn't instantly lose the game. Still hanging in there.
Yeah, he could be in trouble here though. Yeah, and I'm just hearing on the other table as well. I think Ritzy had a chance off the break. It was a pretty good break, awkward queuing. But he hooked himself on the 3 ball. He's had to jump. And he has left a chance for Mario to win this match. So we might not even get to a conclusion on this game. Unfortunately, that was a good safety by Max. But I'm sure he's just going to take his time and have one eye, because this is also a race to an 8, so just going to take as much time as he needs. See if Mario can get over the line, and they'll just be handshakes. Yeah, another safety here. Try and get some cover. He's called the side, just in case, unless he's going all out attack. Wow, what a bank. Don't think it's going to matter. He's just seen Mario pot the 9 there. Wow, that's unfortunate, Tim. It would have been great to see that last match be the conclusion.
Yeah, so it's Austria that advances to the quarterfinals. They will meet the winner of the Netherlands and Slovakia, I believe. So yeah, we'll get back to all that, I believe, tomorrow. Thank you, Graham Hickman. Thank you to myself, Tim de Ruiter, and thanks to everybody watching. Thank you for being there with me, and hopefully we'll see you at the next one, because we've got still plenty of action to come. So stay tuned and see you later.
Well, hello and welcome everyone. Hello and welcome everyone to the 2025 EPBF European Pool Championships being held in the beautiful city of Tallinn, Estonia. This match you're about to watch is 8-ball, race to 6 with 50 players from 22 countries represented. And we are down to the final 8 players, the quarter final, the single elimination round. Jasmine Ocean to break in this 8-ball versus Olivia Zaluska from Poland. Jasmine actually is from Austria. This is George Teache in the booth from the United States, and we have Gethin Davies coming in. Welcome, Gethin.
Thank you, George, and great introduction. We are getting to the business end of the ladies' 8-ball, and I was just taking a little look at the match, the last 16 match that they had yesterday, and Yasmin came through a tough hill match successfully, and in contrast, Olivia came through with a donut, which is a 6-0 win. So it will be interesting to see what levels of confidence and caution that brings with both of the players today. But a good break-off.
A great start for Jasmine. One of the things about these two young ladies here, Jasmine's 39, Olivia 30, is the fact that they played in the 10-ball earlier. So they played straight pool, they played 10-ball, and we were down here in teams, and here we are in the 8-ball portion of it. But Jasmine defeated Olivia earlier in the 10-ball, so let's see how that plays out. The fact that Olivia has lost to Jasmine.
That is a very good spot, George. And as we know, when the players are this high level, it can come down to little idiosyncrasy like that. And Jasmine, with this alternate break, is taking full advantage of the spread she got, and she's picking these stripes off nicely, George.
Very nice pattern play. She's in perfect position to finish the rack, and she'll have a straight-in shot for every ball, it looks like. One of the things about Jasmine is she works a lot with her brother Albin, and I was extremely impressed with Albin yesterday as he played a perfect match in 8-ball, as did Dennis Grabe. We've seen some fantastic pool here at the European Championships. And as we can see, we're going to see more of it, because look what Jasmine's doing here.
Yep, she's held that beautifully just to keep this as straight as possible.
Nothing but stop shots, and that's how 8-ball should be played. Very little ball movement on the cue ball, and use the balls to run your pattern. Go from ball to ball, and take your key shot like she just did, and then pocket the 8-ball.
Absolutely,
Jasmine
George.
Defeated. Yes?
I was just about to say, we've just been presented with our first break and run, and that is a strong opening performance from Yasmin, and we'll be looking for Olivia to return the favour.
Yes, it is alternate break, and this is a race to 6. Jasmine defeated Serra Rocha from Portugal in the semifinals. I'm sorry, she defeated Serra Rocha in this tournament here, and then in the last 32, she defeated Senem Kokten and Johanna Idelkofer. While Olivia at the table now lost her first match to Maite Ropero from Spain, but then came back and defeated Alexandra Singlinkova from Estonia and Veronika Ertova. Here they find themselves facing each other.
I have to commend you on your pronunciation there. It's there are some very difficult names to pronounce in the field these couple of weeks to contend with, and congratulations, sir.
Well, I since my last name Teachea is, when you look at it, it's kind of hard to pronounce unless you've heard it once or twice. I've gotten used to I understand the respect that people get when their name's pronounced correctly or incorrectly, and so I do my very best.
Well, Olivia's had a very good break there, and she's elected to go solids, which I think was the best option. She's going to have to be particular with the 5, but I do like her chances here, and this would be a great answer back to Yasmin's opening performance. So,
well, the one thing about 8-ball is it is a little bit different than 10-ball, and so some players with rotation can play a lot better because of the cue ball movement and their stroke and what they play more of. But 8-ball is a pattern game very similar to straight pool, and it can make a difference between the players.
yeah, absolutely. It is a different game to the other disciplines in this event, such as 9 and 10-ball. But one thing I do really like about 8-ball, George, from a selfish perspective here in the commentating booth, is that it gives us a lot more to talk about because there are so many patterns and the players do have their own preferences when it comes to pattern play. So,
very good point. There's just so many different options. Well, there's 6 other balls they could play.
exactly.
But the correct path is a winning path, and that's the one that you develop when you break the balls, take a look at the 8, and find which ball leads you to a straight-in shot on the 8-ball, and then just do that in reverse, and you figure out a very nice pattern. She's overrun here and is now she's going to have to run the cue ball. That is a very big problem in shooting balls to the side pockets. If you don't get the correct angle, you're going to have to do what she does. She's going to have to go 2 rails and stay on the inside of this of that stripe on the upper right, which is the 14. See how she's staying on the inside to come down for the 8, and she's got to come a little further. She's come far enough.
Yeah,
But,
her pace is much better there. I think that the reason she got into trouble there was the shot before, and she just went halfway between the corner and the middle pocket with the 6-ball, but she needed to pull her shot out, and she did, George. And 1-1 going with break. This is great stuff.
Yes, this continues. We'll have a beautiful, beautiful match. And I've been privileged, and I call it privileged because I've watched a lot of 8-ball. I've watched a lot of 10-ball and bank pool. But I was privileged to watch Dennis Grabe perform perfectly against Mario He. Mario's only mistakes, in fact, the only mistakes in the whole match were Mario scratched twice on the break and had a dry break. And Dennis ran every table, broke and ran every one of his breaks for a perfect match, and won 8 games to 2.
What a pleasure that would have been to commentate.
Yeah, and Albin did the same thing to his opponent Daniel Maciol. So it was just beautiful to watch. And now we're watching the ladies come back with the same style of play, same style of match.
And one thing you alluded to there, George, quite eloquent. While Yasmin scratches, which is an unfortunate error, which Olivia will want to take advantage of. Yeah, what you were mentioning there was that when these players are playing so good, I think the alternate break really comes into effect and can keep it interesting. Otherwise, they would run away with it.
Well, exactly, and that's what the alternate break does. For instance, an example of that would have been Dennis. Dennis was breaking the ball so good, he would have broken and ran the entire set, and Mario would have never left his chair in a race to 8. Albin, the same thing. So that's not a very fair game. This alternate break really is good for the players. They will always have a shot.
And I have to say, George, it's good for the commentators because it can encourage a momentum shift, and that always keeps these matches interesting. And I have to say, of all the recent tournaments I've had the pleasure to commentate on, this has been an absolute screamer that Predator have put on.
This is it's beautiful to watch, for me especially. I know that you're from Europe, so you see these all the time. I've never seen a European pool championship where they have straight pool 10-ball, 8-ball teams, and the wheelchair, the youths, things like this. this in seeing this, it tells me exactly why Europe produces such great players and the federations do such great work, because they expose them to all disciplines of pool.
Absolutely, and that
in
goes.
America, we don't have that.
Well, George, that goes right down to grassroots level in the individual countries. You'll find a lot of them when they're playing what we would call league pool. They have within the matches most of these disciplines, and so everyone gets to have a go at a bit of straight 10, not normally played when you're practicing with your friends down the pool hall. So getting to be able to witness the professionals doing it gives everyone the encouragement to take it up, and I think we're seeing that develop very quickly in Europe.
Well, Olivia's faced with this 11 ball here, and she's gotten on the next one.
Do you think she will be taking a piece of the 4 if she goes for this?
I think she can play this 13 ball and use the 4 to get on the next ball, the 14. It looks, from the angle I just saw, it looks like she can draw up off the 4 ball. Let's see if she can do it, or if she fall. Wow, let's just watch it develop here. Yeah, I like the draw, because the follow, as you can see what happened, that ball came back and kicked her position ball out of the way.
Correct.
Now she's going to be forced. There's no bank here, so she's going to be forced to find a way to play safe.
And you know what, George? I think she could have potted that ball from that cue ball position, but you're right, the 4 knocked it out the way.
Now, Jasmine with an open table like this is very, very dangerous. It will take a big error for her not to accomplish the clearance.
No, absolutely, and she pushed the 14, her 14, which she looked to bank in the corner bag, and she's left it down there. If any grace, she's covered the 5 slightly to one pocket, but otherwise it's pretty much out of the way to worry Yasmin, so she will be looking to tuck these balls away.
Pretty simple pattern. Once she gets, watch how the ball leads her to the next ball. That's what I like to kind of explain in 8-ball for a lot of the amateur players and league players, as you mentioned, here in America especially, is the pattern play, how important it is.
Yeah, and the next stage up from that is being able to choose areas of the pool table to put the cue ball in, rather than looking for perfect position every time and trusting your pot, and then you can really open up the patterns.
Yeah, exactly. Look what she's done here. Now she's going to come forward just a little bit, play the 7 to the side, the 6 to the corner, and then the 1, and come down for the 8. Or she might choose to play the 7, 1, 6, as the 6 ball leads her to a better shot on the 8. Because it's closer.
She could leave both of them as options from this one shot.
Yeah. And she is going to go 1-6.
And while she contends with this one, just to let you know about the other quarter-final matches happening in the women's 8-ball, we have Pia Filler against Kristina Zlateva. Pia winning the straight ball event already earlier this week. We have Sara Iannini against Anna Gradnitsky, and then on the final 4th match we have Chantal Stadler against Rose Vadu. So we will keep you abreast of any updates and any surprises that come out of that bracket. And she's played that shot, Graham, very well. That was not easy with the middle pocket there, and it looked like she had to put a little bit of inside on the cue ball. This is good signs for Yasmin.
And she clears off Olivia's break there. So she will be breaking, Jasmine will be breaking the balls. Or I think it.
I think. Oh,
Yeah, so Olivia broke that rack, and Jasmine will follow with her own break here. And this is how you get your leads, when you take over your opponent's break.
yeah, and I
She's done
think
a good job of it.
one of the good things you spotted there, George, was the fact that Yasmin was expected to finish them off there, and the fact that she did, and did it without incurring any real toughness, shows that she's come here today to play, and you will not be able to give her any gifts like that in the future.
And there's no dry break this time.
No. And I thought initially the cue ball looked like it was tracking into that corner pocket, then it got cannoned twice, and the two balls that cannoned it, one went in and the other one sat over the pocket, so quite a useful break here for Olivia.
She's deciding which balls to take. The 2-ball doesn't really disturb any of the stripes. Everything is wide open. The hardest ball to get on would be the 4-ball, it looks like, if you're taking solids. And the stripes really are not challenged, with the exception of the ball next to the 8.
Yeah, it looks like the 11 ball would be, the 6 ball's covering the 11, which may mean, oh, she's gone for solids. We won't have to worry about the 11 ball.
She can use the stripe there to hold position, but she didn't have to. Now she's on both balls, which is a premium here, because she can choose which way to go up for that. Is it the 4-ball in the middle, or is it the 5-ball and the 1 that are up table?
It is the 5 ball that is sat next to
Okay.
the 14 up there, yeah. I think this was the right way for her, George. This gives her a good angle to either come up for the 5 or further for the 1, depending on her closing pattern. You might have a bit more insight into that.
Yeah, she has. It looks like she has a window to come to the 5 and the 13 for either the 5-ball or the 1. Should be looking for that window right through there.
Ooh.
It's okay.
Right.
She's got the 1.
The 4 ball threatened to sit in the jaws there, and I think that was her pace of shot that ensured that it went down, but that was a little heart in the throat moment.
Well, exactly, that 4-ball in your club table would have stayed up. This is newer cloth. This is brand new cloth every tournament. And so those balls will fall a little easier than they will at your club table.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anyone's asking in the chat, it's Simonis Cloth and Aramith Balls, the best of the best. And the cloth has been playing very, very nice. The players have been getting to grips with it very quick.
Well, Simonis is a cloth that we've all played on for many, many years, decades actually. But I tell you what, I'm very, very. She's going to be in trouble here. She's going to be in trouble. There's
She
no
needed that
8-ball
last
shot.
cushion.
But what's playing very, very well, and I'm extremely impressed with, is this Predator Arc table with the 4 1/4 inch pockets on the corners and the 5-inch pockets in the center. Look how sleek, how beautiful this table looks. It's easy to set up for home use, for club use. It has a 3-piece slate. Is it K55 cushions, the speed cushions? And this young lady's in trouble here. She's going to have to kick this ball because she's about to present Jasmine with another gift.
Ooh.
And then that shot right there had a lot of things that could have gone really, really wrong. It didn't matter because she missed the entire ball. But had she hit it to make it, or try to make it, hit the side, there could have been a scratch to the corner pocket on the bottom. If she hits the upside of it, it could have scratched in the side. So many things could have gone wrong. And the only thing that could have gone really right was for her to make it.
Absolutely,
And now
George. and
Jasmine's off.
in a very similar position to how she found herself in the last rack. And she needs to find her pattern and put them away. And I'm just wondering if this is a little troubling sign for Olivia. She'll want to put that out of her mind, but I think you alluded to it, George. She needed just to catch that second angle and she would have had a lovely position on the 8-ball and just didn't get through it.
Yeah, she got a little bit too delicate on position for the 8. She wanted to make sure to go around that 10-13 ball or stay in between the 13 and the 14 to come for the 8, but find a clear path.
Yasmin seems to be moving a bit quick around the table. I'm sure that has something to do with confidence. And for the eagle-eyed viewers among our fans watching today, you will see her brother is sat right behind her playing on our other TV table. So both Austrian players, brother and sister, playing on our live stream. And if you're enjoying our stream today and have been all week, and if you haven't already, please like, subscribe and share. Yasmin probably just overrun that a little bit, but should prevent too much of a problem. Wow, George, 3-1 alternate break. If you were to be really critical, and have, from watching the matches of previous, that is very, very important. However, it is a race to 6, so there's still a lot of game left in this. Just think that Olivia needs to not make any unforced errors in the future. She's playing so well, I really didn't see that one coming, to be fair. Yasmin pounced. Yasmin to break, 3-1. She's made balls. And she's kept very good shape on the cue ball. I'm looking for trouble, and the balls have spread really nice. Just having a look at what would be the best option, solids or stripes. The 6 and the 15 down here, and the 4. Maybe what she's just having a look at to see which ones would be the easiest to clear, and due to the fact the 4's covered into the left corner pocket, we may see Yasmin taking on stripes here. That she has done.
Ball first.
Yes, George, I think you're picking them right today.
Eight ball is not my favorite game, but it is one that I hold a couple titles to. So
I appreciate the modesty, and me being a Welshman, my first introduction into billiards was on a smaller pool table with yellow and red balls, but the first time I ever played on an American table while on vacation, I absolutely fell in love with the game, and it has forever stuck with me, but I do share your sentiments, George. I'm a big one pocket fan, I'll let you know.
That's the first miss we've seen from Jasmine.
Yeah. That
She
is the
took a full
first miss.
stroke at it too. One pocket is a good game. It just really hones your skills at all aspects of the game. Helps your safety play when you're playing rotation or 8-ball.
I have to say one of the big things I've got out of one pocket and playing it for quite a while now is I've learnt to work on my patience. Olivia's going to be looking to snap one back here and snuff out any sign of a Yasmin march. She's just taking her time over which stripe to take first. Is she eyeing up this thin cut?
She is. She's wanting to come down for the bottom ball, I believe, which is the 4, center of the table on the bottom rail. And here she comes. She realizes the 6 ball is kind of challenging to get to, so she'll come up for that now, coming off the short rail here on the bottom. She should be able to come with a little bit of inside and come straight up.
I just wanted to point out we are on a shot clock here on the TV table, so Olivia just needs to be a little cautious in taking her time around the table. She takes that 4, I imagine 15.
She did try to come straight up, and she's gotten in trouble. Now she has to take her insurance ball, which is the 1 ball up there, and play that, and now she'll have to find her way back down from the 7 to get on the 6 ball, because the 2 ball doesn't really lead to it unless she gets the perfect angle.
That's not the biggest of gaps either, George, to get through for the 6. Can she see it now?
And she can see it now, but position will be very challenging here. So she'll have to play the 7 and come down for the 6 again and stay in the middle of the table where she can stroke the ball.
Well, she's potting solid, and she seems to have recovered well from that unforced positional error. This is still not over yet, though, George.
Not by a long shot. A little stop shot here gets her the 2 ball in the corner or the side.
Yeah, used a bit of the 15 to slow the cue ball down as well. That was very nicely done. She does have the pick of pockets. I think the corner one would be order of the day, however. Oh, did she need to hit it that hard, George?
Not at all. Not at all. In fact, when she could have just played it to the pocket and used the 13 to stop the cue ball for the 8, but she wanted to get straighter. She didn't want to accept this harder shot on the 8. And again, another gift for Jasmine.
She can't see the whole pocket though. Oh, she snuck it round the side. And Olivia will not be wanting to give Yasmin too many presents like this, because this is exactly the type of position Yasmin likes to be in, where she can just pick off the balls for fun. Taking a 4-1 lead would be substantial, in my opinion.
Well, she's 2 games from the finish line. And straight in on the 8 ball, she does put it down. It is a 4-1 lead. And I believe this will be Olivia's break.
Correct, indeed. And these players are entitled to take a 5-minute comfort break if they want. However, these these racks are going quite quickly. We're not seeing so many safety battles, and I think that's just a testament to how well these girls are potting.
Well, I am surprised to see both ladies breaking the balls very, very well. They're getting a nice spread, no clusters, making the ball. I think there's only been 2 dry breaks, but they've been making balls. Finally had a miss by Jasmine earlier in this last game. And that looks dry.
Yeah. There is a ball hanging right on the edge of the middle pocket. Looks like the 12 ball. However, we will need to survey the whole table to see what Yasmin's thinking right now.
Well, she's thinking, if I take the solids, I have a tough 7 ball to get on. The 5 ball may not pass the 10. And the stripes, the only thing that might be hampered is this 10 ball, and she's actually got on it now already. Very smart play if she's on it now, to play it now, because that takes care of the problem ball immediately. And that's exactly what you want to do, an 8 ball.
Yeah, the longer you leave a problem ball, the bigger that problem ball, or rather the bigger the problem tends to get, the smaller the ball tends to get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the smaller the less ways of getting to it also. Everything shrinks.
Exactly, and you'll find
She's gonna take the
a lot of these
Go ahead.
pool players are very good at taking the problem ball out early as well, and it's something that should be in everyone's arsenal.
Well, those are the things you read in the 8 ball. There's a couple of pretty good 8 ball books that talk about the patterns and how to attack, things of this nature. But experience is the best one.
Yeah, I completely agree. The more you play, the more you learn, and I still have much to learn whilst playing the game. However, we do get the added benefit, George, of when we're not playing, we get to learn through watching them play.
There's a lot to be said for that. There's a lot to be said for that. I mean, we're sitting here watching some of the best pool players in the world, and you know they're doing things right. And so if you can capture that in your mind, so when you come to the table, you'll recall everything. She went forward. Nicely done. The closer she gets, the easier the shot.
That looked effortless. I think she caught that lovely with the spin, and it's just brought it up. Again, she would have options, but I think she's going to take the 15 to leave her 9 as the key ball.
Jasmine playing beautifully. I mean, she's just completely confident. She's in complete control. And she has the lead. She's about to close in on the hill game. 2 balls away. Bringing straight back. As you say in Europe, she'll screw this back.
She's going to take a bounce.
And this is a shot that should be practiced all the time, because it comes up a lot when you overrun your position. And Jasmine hasn't practiced it enough.
Oh, George, I did not expect that. What a twist.
Well, this is why I said this should be practiced a lot. It's an easy ball to miss. Those are easy to make and easy to miss. And if there's a little nerve, and sometimes you just misread it or you mishit it. It's so delicate.
Absolutely, and I was about to allude to the fact that I think Olivia's only made 2, possibly 3 mistakes in the whole match, and that was Yasmin's second, so it just goes to show the level these ladies are playing at, And I just wanted to let you know on the other tables at the moment, we just have an update on the scores. Kristina Zlateva is 3-1 up on Pia Filler. We have Anna Gradiznik 2-1 up against Sara Iannini. And on the last table for the ladies quarterfinals, we have Chantal Stadler, and she's 4-2 up on Rose Vadu. So they are not hanging around either. All to play for.
Delicate shot here, straight in, but still delicate shot. Long pot, as you might say.
Absolutely, and I feel that that was the pace she should have played the 8-ball in. The previous rack or the rack before that, so seems to be a bit calmer now and composed.
Well, this is how you get your games back. A little mistake, and then she'll be breaking next. So Jasmine with an opportunity to break and run, and the result is at the table with the 8-ball hanging. And now Olivia has been presented with a, I don't really want to call a full 7-ball run a gift. She's earned it. But the 8-ball is hanging.
She's also stopped Yasmin from getting to the hill, which is not a bad thing. She made it. What do you think, George? Have we got a match on our hands? Is there still another twist to come?
It can turn quick because after this break, it could be 4-3. Oh, I'm sorry. Jasmine's breaking. Yes, Jasmine's break. I thought Jasmine broke off the last one, but Olivia broke dry.
That's right. That's right.
So Jasmine almost stole the game to get on the hill. And instead, she gets to come back to the table to try to get on the hill.
Yeah, and George,
I take note of where she's breaking from, because she's breaking the balls very, very well, hitting it very solid. It looks like she's aiming the cue ball directly at the 8, looking right past the 2 ball. And there goes the ball. The wired balls. You know, the balls from behind the head ball, this on the spot ball, go to the side pockets. She's got a great opening. Oh, maybe she doesn't. She's got a straightforward 6, a possible 15 or 11 ball, excuse me.
Correct.
If she can get good on the combo right away, that 10-12 combo or 10-13 combo, right by the spot there, that one right there that you're looking at coming out of the corner pocket, things would be great for the stripes, but I think she'll take solids with a 6.
Yeah, stop shot, holding for the 4. Could she screw in back for the 5 ball here, or is there enough room? She may just push through.
Looks like she's going to follow. Looks like she's following for the 7 ball. I mean the 3 ball, excuse me. The red ball, and she got on the 7.
Always good when your options are open, George.
It's always great when you play position for 2 balls, and that way you have your choice of which one's easier and will lead you to the better positional shot to finish the rack.
Yeah, exactly. And it was very key for Olivia taking that last rack, because Yasmin breaking on the hill would have been formidable. So there's still a bit of pool left in this. Yasmin will be hoping to take the hill now. She's just eyeing up, coming back down for the 3 to play the 1 in the middle, maybe? Would that be the path of least resistance?
She's going to go to the. I think she goes here to the now for the one in the middle, from the 2 to the 1.
Yeah.
And that
yeah.
also sets her up for the 8.
Sorry, not the 3, the 2. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't need to do too much.
Wants to get the cue ball back out to where it is. Looks like she has the angle to just bring it. She's going to go to the rail and come back out. Oh,
It passes.
that works too. I wasn't sure that went by.
Neither was I, but as you see from our great overhead angle, it does.
And a break and run from Jasmine, the second one of the game. She's had 2 clearances that Olivia left her.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for
I
better
believe
timing,
is
could
her-
you, George?
No, not at all.
Now she asks
And now
questions.
she is
of
on the
Olivia's. Yeah, exactly. She asks questions of Olivia's break now, as we just looked over at our other TV table. Looked like Wojciech Shevchuk was breaking off against Albin Ushan, brother of Yasmin. But yes, big questions to be asked of Olivia's break now.
These are the quarterfinals for the ladies, and the semifinals will be played next at 16:30 in Estonia, and then the final will be at 1900.
Yeah, and I think 1900 means it will be 6 p.m. Central European time, 5 p.m. UK time. I hope I have my math correct. I think, George, I don't know if you paid much attention to Olivia's last break, but she seemed to break quite gently compared to Yasmin's break, and still made a ball in the middle pocket, so her timing must have been great with that one.
Timing, and it seems to be that the template that they're using, which is by pounding the balls down, seems to be racking the balls very, very well, because that's the only way you get this kind of a spread.
Yeah, and it's much better for the players. They can really get to work on the break without any hidden surprises. And you do find that the players who can get their grips on the break first tend to take the advantage. So she's played a delicate shot here to come up for the 10.
She actually was trying to get either on the 2 balls in the middle or get better on the 10. This can lead to trouble. She has to avoid the balls on the left up there on top, the 4 ball and the 5 ball. And she didn't. Now she's in trouble.
Yeah,
She's got
that was
a
a
long
very
pot.
very difficult to avoid that 4. I think both go to each respective corner, and also she can see, yeah, from that angle she can also see the 11.
Even if she pots this ball, good shot. She's come out nicely. Good stroke on the ball. And she's actually made that was a game winner right there.
Absolutely, and if anything, that was probably the most pressure on her pot so far this match. She's done all the hard work there with that shot. Great shot making.
It served her well. It won her the game, but that was a tough shot she had to face.
And I think she's just come high enough on this 14. Yep, enough of an angle to kick it down here. And as you said, George, these are the ones we need to practice.
Well, that was real straightforward. If that cue ball's down another 3 inches, it is the one. It is a little bit different shot.
Well, as it is.
Great clearance.
Yeah, we find Yasmin still on the hill with the break. She will be looking to close it out here, but as we've just seen from Olivia, Yasmin does not want to make a mistake now. 5-3, race to 6. Yasmin on the hill. And while we have a quick look at the other tables, let's see how they're faring. Well, Pia Filler has brought 1 rack back against Kristina Zlateva. 3-2 she trails. And Chantal Stadler is 4-2 up on Rose Vadu.
And breaking off again. Close to the center. The cue ball is aimed right at the 8 ball. Here comes the 11, here comes the 10. Another ball in the side pocket. It's raining balls. And she didn't really smash them, but it was a nice solid stroke. Square hit.
Yeah. And as you mentioned,
Now she's
as you mentioned, that rack really working well, because that's the testament of a good rack when them balls come rolling back in.
She's in a little bit of a dilemma here, because if she takes the stripes, the 13 is a problem right behind the 8 there, because the 6 blocks it to the right hand corner. She'll have to take the 14 and then come back and develop the shot, so that's a tougher shot. She doesn't really have an easy opener on the solids, so she's going to be forced to take the stripes. So look for that 13 ball, the 9 ball that's by the 8 to be played in the side pocket.
Yeah, as you can see from the camera angle there, that 6 is plumb in the way of the 9, so you're really right to pick up on that early, George.
Well, you always look for your problems first, because that's what you have to solve in 8 ball. And as you said earlier, the quicker you address it, it doesn't get bigger a problem. It doesn't grow.
Yeah, and she's just out of position here, and was actually, it looked to me like she was looking to play a safe off the 12, so maybe she doesn't feel that this, oh, she's called it. I didn't think she could feel this was on.
I would prefer to see her bank this ball to the side pocket where she's at. And this is why.
Well, she did move the 6.
Had she
that was the
banked?
problem.
Yeah. But she's got to pocket this ball, and that opens things up. And actually, she can go to the stripe ball on the long rail to shoot next, and then the 14. She's going to take the stripe ball now. I would take the 14 now.
Yeah, to play shape on this ball.
Oh, well, both balls go to the right-hand corner pocket here, so she'll have position, but making the ball is the tough part. She's left the long pot.
She has, and if that 2-7 cluster there was a problem, there's a good chance Yasmin's moved that 4 perfectly for Olivia to open them up.
She's going to take the long straight in pot instead of the pot to the 4 ball to open up the 2-7. So she might be forced to another long pot on the 6. Oh no, wow. She drew the ball. Now she'll open it up. Very nice shot by Olivia.
Yeah, that was a beautiful drawback. I didn't know if she was going to take her oats there, George, and then play the 6 and come round the back to then deal with these 3 afterwards. But this is the preferred route, and then her 6 is always there as a backup. You don't want it to get stuck there, and I think That 2 will now not go to the corner. And is that a little ray of light for Yasmin? Or
She can get to
Olivia
the 2 now. No, she can get to it now. She's got enough angle to pot the 7 and stun the cue ball over to the right of the 2 and play the 2 ball in the same pocket.
Great call, George.
If it doesn't go by the strike ball. But she's going to have a long straight in shot because she's straight in on the 2 ball, it looks like, it appears. And this, she could play the 6 ball here and run the cue ball right back to where she's at. But again, if she doesn't get the right angle, getting on the 8 would be next to impossible. So she's got to take the long pot. Unless she can screw the ball back and out.
She could,
Perfect.
George.
Now she can go to the left side, go around the 14-9 for position on the 8. Just a little bit of low right English, and she'll be able to spin around here. Good pace just to come up by the side pocket. Perfectly played.
Wow. That was a big shot. Played to perfection. We have us a game on our hands, George.
Yes, look at the score line now. How quick she got back. From a 3-game deficit, she's come back.
Yeah, and Yasmin will be wondering what's going on. That was against her own break, and that was a good opportunity for Yasmin to close this match out. And the longer it takes to close, the more hope Olivia must have at this stage. Quarterfinals. And just to take a quick look before Olivia breaks at the other tables, there has been one shift of score for Chantal Stadler, who is 4-3 up now on Rose Vadu. Or De Rose Va, sorry. I will get that one right next time. She made a ball, George. And the 6 has frozen to the 8. Side of that, I think Olivia would be very pleased with what she finds at the table now. She's firmly fixed on this 12 ball. So she clearly feels that this is the wonder of 8 ball. Just guessing.
She's trying to find a way to shoot a ball that she can open up the 8-6 and have an insurance shot. She's going to go with solids here, or is she playing the stripe? Looks like it's the 3 ball that she's playing to the side pocket. And she went at it.
She went at it and missed by a fraction.
You know, the play here would be to find a way to get to the bottom. As you look at the table now, as the angle just changed to the left side of the 2 and open up the 6-8 with the 1 ball as an insurance shot. So let's see if she can get on this, shoot the 4 ball first, get on the 5 or the 7 to bring the cue ball over to the left side of the table for the 2 ball. She's going to take it off the 7. She's going to come down for the 5 next in the side. But as you mentioned, she's letting that problem, she's not attacking the problem immediately, so it's going to grow because her angles and opportunities to break it out will be limited.
No, and that 5 is in a little tricky position. She may want to pick that 5 off now before she moves up the table, and that's less balls to play for, and that's a less insurance policies available too.
She's got a good angle here. She's going to have to use a lot of right spin, follow the ball to the rail, and then come over across to the left side for the 2-ball. Oh, she went just back. She's going to do it from the 1. Interesting. Now she has to land perfect, as you can see where she's looking at, so she can break the 6-ball. But does the 6-ball go to the left pocket? That's the question. She has to move the 2 first. This works.
Wow. Maybe it does. Maybe she's found a way to get shape on this 6 if it does pass once the 2's gone. But leaving this problem till the end of the rack may prove to be a thorn in Olivia's side, and I think she's taking her time as a consequence of that. She's just summarizing her options. And I, for one, George, am not able to tell what she's thinking right now.
She's going to play safe and lay the 2-ball over the pocket, leaving a long pot here.
Okay.
Actually, Jasmine's going to have a 2-way shot, the long pot on the 12 with a stop shot. If she misses the shot, she'll have a stop shot, which may block the 2-ball.
That's a very good spot.
If she follows it and gets on the 10 for the side pocket, the 9-ball might help her block the 2-ball. But she has to make the spot. She is not. And I think she's left it open, but the 2-ball appears to be almost straight in. Now here's what we're looking at. Does the 6-ball go past? Can she hit the 6-ball enough to make it?
That is a difficult call, and I'm not going to make it, George.
She might be able to spin over. Let's see what she does here. She could try to spin it over.
Maybe it does go.
If not, she can play it off the 15.
We're going to get the referee for this one?
Off the 11. Yes, more than likely. There's Vlad Belkovs.
Yeah, been doing a great job the last week, and still another 4 or 5 days to go.
Oh, it went. Big shot. Now she's faced with another tester.
Yeah, it's just crept up onto that cushion and came up a little bit further than she hoped. She's called it. Big shot, George.
This spins in. She's hampered in the cueing. I would put my hand in front of the ball to cue better. Yeah, the hampered cuey there might have made a difference in that shot.
Yeah, and that was a good point to make, George. Getting your hand closer to the ball in that situation. Less movement in the cue. Or at least less exaggeration of the movement.
Well, a gift for Jasmine.
Yep.
But the 8-ball's out in the middle, so Jasmine cannot afford to miss a ball. Oops.
Well, this game has had some twists and turns, George. It looked like it could go to the hill just then, and now Yasmin is hoping that she can close out the match here, so there could be a bit of drama left.
Well, it appears I got the the name of the referee wrong. That's not Vlad Belkov's. In which case, I can't remember the referee's name. I thought for sure that was him.
I'm sure we'll pick up on that in the chat room
Oops.
later on.
Well, that's where I got the information from.
Well, Yasmin is hoping she doesn't need the ref to come in here and just to put these last 2 remaining stripes and finish perfect on the 8. And Olivia looks on from her chair and maybe thinks she should have been going for a hill thriller. It's looking ominous now, George.
Well, this 8-ball to move into the semifinals. Big shot. Semifinals or hill? Semifinals it is for Jasmine Ocean. Walk us through this, Gethin. What'd you think of that match?
Well, I really thought towards the end there, George, that Olivia was going to take it to the hill, and it was a deft shot that she had to play. We had the referee out to have a look as well, and it did go. She made the shot. The 8 leaked too far, and it was just a stretch too far for Olivia. But all play to Yasmin. She did get off to the better start. She did put herself in the better position, and I think all in all, the rightly winner. And I wanted to say thank you, George, for your insights there. It's been a pleasure working with you on this match, and I'm looking
Likewise,
forward.
Gethin.
I'm looking forward to the semi-finals, which will be kicking off in 1 hour, I believe. So stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's semi-finals will start at 5 o'clock on the dot. can you take your chairs? And referees, prepare the tables. Welcome to the 8-ball finals of the Predator European Ball Championships, presented by the City of Tallinn. We have 8 semi-finals in 4 divisions, and firstly, our wheelchair users. On table 16, we have Tati, Finland, against North Macedonia's Vladimir Georgievski. And on table 13, from Poland, Emil Malinowski against Sweden's Henrik Larsson. In the under-23 division, on table 14, Arseny Sebastianov of Finland, and he plays Denis Laskowski of Germany. And on table 15, from Switzerland, Sylvain Starkerman, and he takes on, from Slovakia, Christian Merva. Moving into the arena with the women's semi-finals. On table 2, from Germany, Pia Filler. And she faces, from Slovenia, Anna Grotesnik. On table 4, from Austria, Jasmine Ocean. And her opponent tonight, from Germany, Chantal Stadler. Moving on to the men's semi-finals. On table 3, Estonia's very own Mark Maggi. And his opponent this evening, from Poland, Wojciech Szewczak. And finally, on table 1, we have an all-German clash between Tobias Bongers and Stefan Kasper. Players, will you please lag for break?
Hello and welcome back to the Epbf Predator European Championships here in Tallinn. We're looking to close out day 8 with the final stages of the 8-ball division. We have semi-finals across all different tables, across all divisions, and we have the pleasure of the women's semi-final match here. Maybe you heard the announcement. We have Pia Filler from Germany against Anna Gradisnik from Slovenia. This is going to be a very interesting match. Anna came through a very tight affair, 6-5 in her quarter-final match. My name is Graham Hickman. I'm here with my good friend Tim de Ruyter from the Netherlands. We will be talking you through this semi-final match. Welcome, Tim.
Thanks, Ray. Good to be back. And as you said, I expect this to be a very tight match, very close match. Obviously, both of them have played each other quite some times. So, yeah, we might see a very scrappy match, or we might see a great high-level performance from both of them. So, that's the thing when you play each other over and over, you just don't know.
Absolutely, and they're both multiple Euro Tour winners and multiple medal winners, and actually 8-ball gold medal winners. So they definitely are very strong in this game. Bit of a soft tentative break from Pia there. I think you called this in one of our previous matches, Tim. She's trying to focus on those 2 balls below the break ball. Working very well straight away there.
Yeah, she's really not considering like a backup plan. What if I don't make that ball to the side? She is just purely focusing on that. And I mean, so far she's in the semi-final and made a ball on her first break.
Yeah, if it's working, it's working. And the balls, because she's hitting them kind of at a, if I can say, a tentative pace, they're not... No, I don't think she tried to play it that way into that solid, but hey, the balls have split pretty okay. The stripes are pretty open as well, so she's got a few nice balls to work from. Needs to get down for that 10 ball at some point, and the 1 stripe next to that 8 ball will go in the top right.
Well, that was a good recovery shot on the 14. She did run out of shape quite early in the game. Possibly some early nerves, so good to see that she got herself back in line. She could go 13-9, go to the 11, and use the 10 to go to the 15 in the top right corner. The 8 is near, so you don't really have to do too much to get on that 8 ball then.
Yeah, good call. I think taking the 9 now is a smart option, just because then it definitely opens up that top pocket should she choose to go there. And also play the 15 in the side if she moves the 13, but let's see which way she goes.
Yeah, picking the 9 earlier would be a little bit worried about the 11 ball, like how to get to the 11, because of this 13, the angle she has, she's going to drop in between the 15-10, I believe, or she's running into the 15-8. No, straight to the 15. She's got the 15 in the side. She landed really good, Gray.
Yeah, she did. I was just saying, I wonder on that 9 ball if she did try to get over for the 11 to then pot the 11 and play the same kind of shot she's just played right now. But yeah, to your point, you called the 11, Tim. She will have to get over there, but I'm wondering if the 8 ball goes in that bottom right corner pocket, so she could leave that 11 till the end, play the 8 in the bottom right. There you can see, good angle. 11 in the top left, Tim. Black in the bottom right here.
Yeah, she kind of has to. I don't see a way to get to the top side of the 11. Just gotta be careful not to run into the 2 ball. Doesn't need a lot of angle on the 11. Or on the rail would be bad news too. I mean, not bad news as in impossible, but more bad news as in it's a more of a sensitive stroke to kill the cue ball. Could go wrong, kinda wrong.
Yeah, she could even draw it below the 8 and play the 8 in the left side if she doesn't like to hold. I think she might just be okay. Yeah. She even played the... She missed the 11, that's why she went too far across the table.
Yeah, but I think it makes the shot a little bit more sensitive to hold the cue ball. And that's where the accuracy gets tougher. So I probably would have liked to play the 8 in the left center, just to make sure you can put a solid strike on the ball.
Yeah, a bit more of a confident hit rather than a tentative one. But great first chance here now for Anna as well, because Pia has removed a lot of the traffic from the table, so it's just about shot selection here. Wondering if she goes 3 rails on this 5 ball and gets right up for that 4 ball, Tim, to take that 3 and 7 in some of the bottom pockets.
Yeah, I feel she kind of has to. I don't think playing for the 1 would be a good move. Oh,
bit
doesn't want to
pacey.
go all the way to the top. Oh,
Maybe a cannon here.
now she might have to go. She has to go into the 3-7, right? Cannon.
Yeah, I think that's the only shot. And with the one ball being where it is, she would be very unlucky not to have a shot from a cannon here, I think, Tim. The balls are pretty okay for a bump. Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, it did land slightly funny, maybe. Would have been nice to get better on that 3 ball and go back down table. Now a little bit of back and forth.
She might have taken one ball here. I think the angle, judging by the camera that we've seen there on the 3, is a little bit to the right. So I'm wondering if she has to take the 9 first.
Interesting way how she played it. Could have played with top left for the 3 in the right center. That way you can at least run the cue ball 2 rails. She tried to hold it for the top right and slightly off angle, as you can see. A little bit more cue ball work.
Yeah, maybe she punches it in, goes around the 8. No, she's tried to play for the side. She's overrun this, Tim. I think if she had that kind of angle, maybe a 3 rail, to your comment before, maybe a more confident stroke and go around the table. She was running away there.
Well, the most players are confident in, or they seem to be more solid in the bigger strokes and the more solid strokes than the sensitive ones, the ones she's playing. She's still been making the shots, but this one's tough.
Looks good.
Oh,
Great recovery
good
shot.
shot.
Yeah, it was a good shot, Tim. I think it was a good settler for her on a pot in that 8 ball. Bit of a missed opportunity there for Pia. Just overran a little bit on the 11. But I expect this to be quite a close match. Obviously, Anna, she's had a pretty good European Championships so far. She had a semi-final in the straight pool. She got beat off Ina Kaplan. That was the one that Pia won the gold in. Back-to-back golds. In the 10 ball, she's in the last 16. She got beat off the young Jolene Schurman. So she'll be looking to go one better and try and make a final. That's what she's aiming for.
Yeah, quite interesting fact too is that Pia Filler, obviously known to be the husband of Joshua Filler, she's traveling to all the big events, either together or by herself. To where Anna Grodisnik, I know she's engaged to Roberto Bartol and just recently had a child. So she is really not traveling as much. Mainly the European events, but she's not going to Asia, she's not going to the US as much as Pia does. But yet, every time I see her on the European circuit, she seems to go deep in the events.
Yeah, very dangerous. Obviously, once you have children, things change, priorities change. I'm sure it's a little bit more difficult to travel around, especially if both parents are pool players. Also makes it interesting until maybe you decide to take the child with you on travels.
Well, I know for a fact that the child is there with them right now. So it is possible,
There you
but
go. It's a bit like what you said at the beginning, Tim, about soft break. Anna was a little bit also tentative, you could see, on the break. but as the balls came towards the centre pockets, they were below the centre pockets, so if they don't go, then you're hoping for a little bit of fortune, which she didn't get, and now she's left an open table for Pia here. The balls are all potable. Just wonder if she's perfectly straight on this, Tim. Would she have to come all the way back? Is she thinking for the side, maybe? Maybe she is.
Well, she is looking to play this in the corner, but I feel like she's doubting if the 7 is blocking the 12 to the bottom left.
Because she'll have to come back for the side, I think. She'll have to draw it back up table, potentially, if she's playing it in the bottom corner. Yeah, she's played a little bit in no man's land. I think she was trying to come back for 13, I think it is, in the side there. I think she's landed on nothing.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I was also just wondering, does that 10 maybe not go to the top right? Like, for a second it looked like the 10 didn't go to the top right. And where are you going to hide the cue ball with the 7 being in front of the side pocket and the 5 in front of the corner?
Yeah, I think the 10
good effort.
Real. Yeah, it's good save. But a 1 ball opportunity here, and I'm wondering if she pots the 1 and rolls forward, she will have a 7 ball in the side.
Or maybe the 4. I mean, I'm not sure how much of the left center the 4 has, but...
Well, she'll have options. Oh, she's missed that.
Ooh.
She's also, you've just mentioned there, the 10 ball didn't go. Potentially it was tight at least, but it definitely goes now. But she has caused a bit of a problem with this 13. It still goes in the top right, I think.
Yes, but how to get on it to the top right? Really small positional area to get to the 13, as the 6 is blocking most of the path.
Yeah, good call. Just going to try and go down table here. How's the angle? I wonder if she tries to play for it now, maybe. Kind of with the 9 ball being where it is, could she somehow... Not sure if she can draw behind the 9 and kind of play just above the 7 a little bit. Have the 9 as a backup if she's not on the 13, but you could just drift up behind the 9. That's what she's trying. Yeah, it's a pretty good shot, Tim. I like that. At least she's on the problem ball. If she wants to take it, well, she'll have to take it now, I think.
Well, I don't think she is on it to make it. Like, I think she can see the 13, but might not be enough to make it. But she can use the 9 to position herself maybe slightly better. Or does it go? I didn't think it did go.
Yeah, I think she just drifted up nicely when the camera angle had it there. I think it does go.
And I'd like it to go better 9, 13, 14 than... Like, I don't think the 9 is such a great ball anyways to get to the 8. So she could have done with 9, 13 and then get the same shape on the 14 with the option to play the 8 in the right center.
Yeah, that's a good call. The angle now is imperative on this 9. I wonder if she can just leave a little bit of a thinner 9 into the side, come back to play the 8 ball.
Ooh.
This will be some shot.
I was wondering, is she still able to shoot the 9 off the 7 in the side? I think she can, and then draw the cue ball to the 3rd diamond on the other long rail, on the top long rail in this view. So basically straight over. I think The draw might make it go forward, but I think it should be fine. Big shot here. Needs to get that first game on the board, I feel like. Little nerves.
Wow, she just went
She
all
played
into
the
the pocket.
direct cut.
Goodness me, that was still a great shot. Oh, she has a world shot on the 8. This would be a highlight reel if she cuts this in.
Wow, super tough and long. It's almost like those one pocket cut shots. It's laying a little easier, but this is not everybody's favorite shot, that's guaranteed. Let's see.
I don't think the scratch is on either. Off the bottom rail. I think she's okay. No, she's missed it. She has made a 2-ball problem, but Anna's going to be in full control here, so no rush for Anna. She needs to figure out what she wants to do, but another opportunity missed again. I have to say there, Tim.
Yeah, I do like this. Yeah, what to play here for Pia? Difficult. I don't think there's any availability, so she's just going to tie 6 and a 4 up, but they could be going back and forth like this. Like Anna can just push the 6 over the pocket and leave the cue ball behind the 4 and wait.
Yeah, it's a good call, Tim. Bit of cat and mouse, but Anna's not in any hurry either, so there's plenty balls to leverage, but maybe they do go, so that's why she's probably playing this. Nice, I like the way she's playing this. Use the 3-ball, cue ball to bump into the 2 and have the 5-ball as a guaranteed ball, should she not land on the 2. It's nicely played, Tim.
Yeah, I usually am really defensive in this kind of positions, you know. I'd rather have my opponent make a couple more mistakes and I just clean up the easy one instead of trying to go risky and possibly not getting on the 6-4. So she has to get to the 7 right away. Doesn't want to fall too straight. Well, if the 4 and the 6, either one of them goes to the top left, then it's okay. But if they only go to the top right, I think she's already starting to get slightly tricky.
Yeah, she's looking at them. I'm wondering if she can play the 1-ball with topspin. If they only go to the right hand side, she could play topspin on the 1 and come back across to the left side of the table here. I think that's what she's looking at.
Yeah, that's bad news.
Yeah, you called it.
And that's why, like, if you just keep playing safe while those 2 balls are locked and you push the ball over the pocket, Pia's move was probably to make that ball in the pocket. Well, that's only gonna make your job easier in the end. So yeah, just a little bit more patience probably would have worked. I would like to nick the left side of the 6 and bring the cue ball to the left of the 7 ball. She's trying to block the pocket for the 8. Pia might be able to cut the 8 into the long rail off the 7 in the corner. And I feel you kind of have to try, because if you don't make it, the 8 is most likely going to stay in front of the 2 or 7.
Yeah, I like that shot, Tim. It's a good shot. It's like a win-win. As long as she can get the 8-ball in front of that 7-ball, she can at least have a bit of control for the moment. It's got a good chance to go this, you know. Oh, she's misjudged it. Not an awful outcome though, because Anna needs to be careful here, because now that pocket is open. She doesn't want to leave a kick shot to on the black, because it could go in the big bag.
Ooh, this is dangerous, the one she's about to play, Graham, because if she leaves this just slightly off to the left or right, you leave the rail first on the 8.
Yeah, can she bend it? She's going to have to bend it. But there is a chance of this, because even if she goes a bit early on the rail and kind of flicks the 8 ball, she might still have enough on the 8 to go in off the 7. Or she can even go up and down. That's what she's going. I like the
So
swerve
she's
for me,
kicking at
personally.
this. Yeah, I think the swerve makes it a bigger ball, but I mean, kicking 2 rails is also a big ball. Any hit on the 8 would probably make it.
Oh, she's gone super soft though. That was a more tougher one for me with the slide and pace, whereas I feel the swerve, you had a little bit more higher percentage to at least hit the 8 ball in my mind. Interesting.
Well, or to kick it a little firmer. I mean, that's probably a nicer solution instead of kicking it that soft. Still was a big ball with that 7, so either way, there was a good chance for Pia to still win the rack. Kind of played herself into a position where she could have won the rack still. Now she really needs Anna to make a mistake in order to level the score.
Yeah, she's left this a little bit. Yeah, I still fancy Anna to make it, but she would have liked to be a bit more behind the balls rather than having a bit more of a thinner cut. Should still go. Yeah, this is the only problem I thought. Still some work to do here, Tim.
Yeah. There's so many ways to play the 7. I personally like to get back to the right long rail past the side pocket to run into that, but she might go just one rail straight back up. Oh, it has curved a bit. It has curved. How is she gonna be on the 4? Uh-oh.
Wow, incredible. I mean, you have to think, how on earth is Anna in this situation? She had full control. Is she going to go all out for the bank? She might have no other choice.
Yeah, you kind of have to. It's either bank or kick it, and the bank is so straight. I don't know why she's elevating that much, though. She's caught the double kiss, but look at that cue ball. She might get
Oh my
lucky. Look at the 4 and the cue ball.
What a roll. Wow, Pia Philip, she probably can't believe what just happened right now. Wow, that's some roll, that, Tim. Double kiss, all kinds.
Well, I had a feeling when she was starting to jack up that she was trying to beat the kiss, but I thought it was just straight stop shot. This bank is nasty too, because that 4 is slightly in the way, so you gotta catch it thicker with right spin. Wow, nice shot. Especially with the referee calling the time. She just dropped down and swung at it and made it in the heart of the pocket, so we did go 1 each. What a turnarounds in this rack. Like I said, I have a feeling this is a very nervy affair between the two of them, because they have played many times before. And yeah, sometimes it brings the best out of some players, and sometimes it really brings out the worst. And the things we just seen in this rack is probably setting the mood for the match.
Yeah, it was a good bank. I have to say though, I think Anna will be feeling a big missed opportunity there. She had full control, but crazy things happen, and it's 1-1, and now we get to see the break of Pia again, going for those 2 balls below the 2 ball into the center pockets, those 2 stripes. Straight down the middle.
You have to say, she has been really consistent with that break. She's been hitting it consistently at the same spot with almost the same speed over and over, to where when I see other players try to do this, I see that cue ball track to the left or the right once in a while, and that makes the difference, especially if you're only going for those 2 balls in the side. That is a major difference. But what a scrappy layout, Graham.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that about the break, Tim. Joshua was in the commentary box just the other day for the finals, and he talked about practicing the break. It's something him and Pia do on a regular occasion, break after break after break. So obviously she's been practicing it and it's definitely working, but a little bit of work to be done here. Wonder if that 6 ball goes in the top right corner. 7 ball, sorry. So I think
yeah, I do think the 6 does go to the top right. And if she can land on the 7 now, so 4, 7, and get from the 5 to the 3 in the bottom, in the bottom left, yeah, that 3 ball is really not so easy to get on.
yeah, maybe if she lands on the 5 in the side, she could run through for that 3 ball. That would be a nice shot. I wonder if she drags this in and plays 7 ball in the bottom right, and then the 5 ball in the side, leaving her 6 ball for the end potentially. That could be the way. She does have a good angle on this 7 though, to leave the 5 in the side, and then it's all about the 3 to the 6. Quite possibly the 6 ball and the 8 ball going in the same pocket could be an option.
Does she land? I think, yeah, she's wrong. Ooh, what to do from here? You can still take the 6 and draw back and try to land better on the 5, but that's already a way tougher shot. And I don't see you getting on the 3 ball from the 6.
Yeah, I like that shot, Tim. You could even put a bit of a stroke on the 6 and draw around to the bottom rail. Maybe even have the 3 in the side as another option. But if she's going this way, she's hoping for a bit of luck, where she might have it. Wow, that might be okay, you know. She might be able to go down in between those 2 stripes.
Yeah, still awkward cue ball control coming up, because most of the time, especially on those cuts, you like to play a little bit of right spin. But now that right spin could cause you to check up on the rail and run into the 10 ball, the right stripe in the bottom. So yeah, just a sensitive cue ball. I think she has to play like center ball, just center ball, which will throw the cut off a little bit too.
What if she goes 2 rails here, Tim? Yeah. Very nice.
Played it nicely.
Had to rely on a little bit of fortune from going into the 6, so it has landed quite nice. And this 3 ball is just as pretty straightforward. I think she's okay. She shouldn't go behind the 12. Just pot this for the 8 ball in the side. Yeah, managed to find a way. All things considered, it was a pretty good run out. Take a 2-1 lead. So yeah, that break is working.
Yeah, first break from Anna wasn't the greatest. A little bit of overcut, similar kind of break, and the ball's not going. So we'll have to find out what to change, what to do differently, and she better find out soon, because I don't think Pia's break is very easy to stop. When she gets it, I don't think she's gonna lose it that fast.
Yeah, important to get some opportunities from the break. Referee just switching some things around. Yeah, quick update on the other women's semi-final. Yasmin is 3-1 up at the moment on Chantal Stadler from Germany. So Anna coming to have a break now. Let's see if she also goes for a similar kind of break. Medium pace. Looking for a ball in the side.
Well, much better break. Has found it. I think either option is there. I mean, the solids are open, the stripes are open. But I think I might like the solids more, because all the solids are in the bottom. So if you start off with the 7-5, go forward, then 4 in the center, 1 in the corner, 3 in the center, 6 in the corner, 2. Like it's literally stop shots, as long as you get, yeah, kind of straight on the 4. Like it's a stop or stun shot pattern.
Yeah, crazy breaking. 100% agree, Tim. I think she just rolls through a little bit here and gets on that 4. If she can get pretty straight, then all the balls are pretty close proximity. Yeah, like you say, stripes were pretty good, but she would have been travelling a little bit. So I agree with you. Obviously, spots very nice. She's just got to manufacture her way around this puzzle. 8 ball needs a bit of care, because kind of bottom right and the side is where she'll be looking. Left side, that is.
Yeah, drop the 3 in again, get straight on the 6. I said actually a stop shot on the 2 and a stop shot on the 8, but the 8 doesn't go in the center, so she might have to move the cue ball, maybe a diamond from the 2 to the 8, to shoot the 8 in the top right corner. I'm more saying this layout on the break, I don't think I've seen a layout like this all week.
Yeah, all next to each other. Very straightforward. Just what Anna needed, to be honest.
Is she playing to the left center, drawing to the long rail? Yes, she is. So Almost straight on the 8 to tie the score at 2.
Extension.
It's been pretty steady this though, Tim. Yes, they were all there, but you have to do it, and you have to take them out in the right order. And yeah, the cue ball didn't really move from 2 or 3 diamonds worth of space. They were all together. And nicely done. Nice quick rack for Anna, just what she needed. 2-2. Referee we have on this table, Togay Tantura from Turkish Cypriot, refereeing the semi-finals. Not sure if he will do the final as well, but great job by all the team, all the referees, everybody involved. This is better.
Yeah.
Nice break.
Let's see what we have here. I think she can play the 12 right now. She's a little bit closer to the 12, but play the 12, go to the 15, then come down table. As you see, there's 5 stripes right in the open to get going. But maybe the 12 to start is a little bit awkward, so she might postpone that plan. Just the 9 ball is a little bit annoying. It doesn't go in all pockets and so much traffic that you could run out of shape.
Yeah, it'd be great if she can get rid of the stripe at the top of the table as soon as possible. She could go for it now. Not sure if she wants to go off the 9, but she could go off the 10 if she wanted to take that opportunity. It's quite a wide table, but whether she wants to go that much travelling. She does have a nice 2 rails. No, she's not going anywhere up the table yet. She will have to at some point. It does go. Looks like she's clearing the bottom part of the table and maybe leaving that towards the end then, Tim. The one at the top of the table.
Well, it's just risky, because if you do not get on the 15 correctly the first time, then you're kind of screwed, you know, to finish the rack. So has to land on the 15 as soon as possible. She could go 2 rails to the 9 in the top left. If she gets straight on that, it's kind of natural to be, well, in a good position on the 12 to draw over for the 15, I believe. Or she could go around the 1 ball right now and go towards the 15. 2 rails, leaving the 9 and the 12 there, just in case you do not get nice on the 15. But
yeah, I just think with this shot as well, it's a little bit of a tester, where she still has to find the right angle on the 15 anyway. There was quite a nice angle on that 10 to run around a little bit easier pot. But yeah, look, it's all personal. I think she's going to be fine here. She's played this very well. Even if she's a little bit straight, she can still probably use the rail. Oh, she's actually going the other way, Tim. Can she punch this round off 2 rails and come back to the middle of the table? Don't know.
I think she can still go forward 2 rails.
Needs a little bit of juice this though. Should have to give it a little bit. No, she stunned it for me more than top. Maybe she was a bit too straight and tried to find an angle. Is she going to check this off the bottom short rail?
I just don't think
Tim.
it goes in the right center, right?
No, I agree. That's what I think she might have to play this off the bottom rail. Kind of aim for that bottom diamond on the short rail, just left of that 4 ball, and then come back up towards the center of the table for the 8 in the bottom right, maybe. I don't think she can go 2 rails. It might go on the side, you know, Tim. Good call. It looks tight. Find out in a minute. Oh, she did try the check shot. I wonder if it does go on the side. She hopes it does. It must go, you know.
Oh, cue ball on the rail. Cutting the 8. Maybe not a full pocket. Surely missable.
Oh, it flew in. Our eyes are going, Tim. It flew in. No problems. Much bigger pocket than it seemed on the camera angle, so quite a good finish. Chasing it a little bit again, but she still managed to take them out. Get herself in front again. So Anna with it all to do. A few break and runs here just to keep it tight. Yeah, seems like Yasmin is running away a little bit with her semi-final. She's now 5-1 in front on the hill. All to do for Chantal to get back in that match, and with alternate break, Tim, Yasmin has a good break as we know, so that's a very uphill battle to get back into that match, but this one is very much nip and tuck.
Well, maybe the 3 makes it. Wow, I'm surprised she makes a ball in a different pocket than the ones in the side, because with that base, I would never expect. Well, I'm not gonna say lucky as in she did something bad and she got away with it, but more as in her intention is not to make something else, so she just barely stayed at the table. But on the other side, it does really not matter how to stay at the table as long as you do stay at the table.
Yeah, and the spots again are pretty good, I have to say. Maybe one good shot. Stripes are also fine actually, apart from the 13 on the side, but in terms of position wise, she's taking the stripes. But she can get after that straight away. She'd love to be straight on this one. And roll all the way through to that long rail, Tim, and she can get rid of this problem ball straight away. And then she'll have a connect the dots with the other 3 balls down the table. Kind of like this layout. It looks quite nice for me.
Yeah, I'm thinking the orange stripe on the top left, 13, and then the pink stripe to the top right. Get to the center of the table to where you have kind of all 3 options available. Then it's kind of like which one lays the nicest, but could go 10, 11. If you get straight on the 10, shot 10, stop shot 11, stop shot on the 9, and play the 8 in the left center. Could be only stop shots basically.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch, this one. She's quite tall. Extension on her cue. Can't reach it. Maybe she has a bigger extension. Is that 2 extensions, Tim, or just the one? Just put a bigger one on, maybe.
Just
oh yeah.
think a bigger one, yeah.
This looks pretty okay. Even if she runs a little bit further forward, she's still got options, so she can play 11, 10, then the 9 ball, and then a choice of 8 ball in the side, or she could come round. She could even take the 10 now. She's got a few options, Tim.
Well, I'm gonna say beforehand, running the cue ball around to play the 8 in the bottom right, for example, could be tricky with where the 7 ball comes into place. Kinda scary, tricky tip position as well, so I think I would try to stay at least to the right side of the 8 with all I got. Just don't get anywhere near the 7, because I've seen so many people run into the 7, now they're on the rail cutting the 8, they miss the 8, or they get behind the 7, stuff like that.
Yeah,
I would like to just stay away, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think just the way the balls were lining up after that shot Anna played, I think it was hard to make an angle from the 10 potentially, but she might. Don't think she can drop this in, so she will have to go 2 rails here, I think. And you're right, this 7 ball becomes a problem.
I think it's inevitable from this position to still stay on the right, but yeah. But I have seen this so often. The only good news I can give her is the fact that she did not get frozen to the rail. But this is, I mean, I have seen this go wrong so often.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit self-inflicted. I think when she played that 11, maybe making sure that she had a bit of a more angle on the 10 ball. But she makes it. Good pot. Good recovery, Tim.
Yeah, her facial expression basically said it all. When she bumped the 7, she really looked nervous there. And she looked like, oh no, oh what have I done? This kind of face. So happy for her that she put a nice stroke on there too. Like she hit that nice and smooth on the 8. And she tied the score 3 each. And I mean, if this match is going like this, then I'm going to predict that we might have another 6-5 in the making. Will be tough to pick a winner as well.
Yeah, it's very even. Very even. Just wondering, so Yasmin has won. She is now in the final, waiting to play the winner of this match. Curious to know, Tim, what do you think? Do you think Yasmin will find a seat and just watch, or will she just go and get some rest, maybe have a break or compose herself?
I don't think you should. I don't think you should watch others. Just basically, I think she should go eat and save energy and relax and just focus on her own game.
Again, Tim. Wow. Relentless then. Balls in the side. She's got it wired. Not a bad split. First glance, the 8 ball and 1 ball is probably the only big problem. She's looking at it closely. But there is balls around to open it up. Yeah, she's got to be taking stripes here, Tim. 12 ball first really is the option. Can't really see any other option. Maybe the 10 if she wants to be a little bit wild. 10 in the side and go into the 8, but I don't think that's the shot. I think 12 is the shot.
Well, I do completely agree. I think when you run into the 8, that cue ball can find that one spot on the table where you think, hey, I don't even have a shot left. What happened, you know?
Yeah.
So I would
it's
just
funny.
keep it clean. You know how that sometimes happens. Just
It is.
missed the 12 though.
First big chance, yeah. Yeah, it does happen, Tim. We've all done it. The one place on the table where you think, how have I not got a shot? Incredible. Well, that's probably the first opening since the early first rack that we had. A few little things happen. What a chance for Anna here. She can really get a little bit of an opportunity to open this black ball up as soon as possible, just so she has more options to get on the edge. Oh, did she miss cue? No. Looked like she played that very strange.
Well, she could play the 14 and run into the 8 now. She has a 13 hanging over the side pocket, the 9 and the 11 are nearby. Even the 15 could provide her something, so... Wow, she's even landed on the... Look at how she got on the 15. Or the 9, I mean, it depends, but I think I would like to take the 15. Play shape on the 11, then possibly go to the 9. The 9 is a little bit tricky to get to, so maybe take the 9 now. Play for the 15 in the bottom left. If you get straight on the 15, you can go to the 11. If you do not get straight on the 15, you go to the 13, 12 and then go back down.
Yeah,
There's
well,
options, I mean...
Yeah, it's a good call, Tim. I think because she's landed on that 9 now, she could try to pop this 9 with a little bit of left-hand spin and just come a bit low on the 1, because then that would give her quite a nice natural angle on the 11 to go back up to the middle of the table. I do like that option, but yeah, she is flirting with a little bit of danger. She is playing it though. A little bit of right-hand spin, just go a bit lower on the rail. Needs to spin down. Yeah, she's good. Nice angle to come up here, Tim, so one more good shot I would think to get nice on her last 2 balls.
Well, would-be breakings... Well, yeah, would be breaking Pia's break, kinda. Would be breaking the serve, if you think about it. So that one mistake could possibly go 5-3.
Yeah, important. She's landed interesting here because with her being a right-handed player, yeah, I mean, if you could just draw back a little bit and have a nice angle on the last stripe in the top corner, could be okay for the black, but she will be bridging. So I'm wondering which way she'll play this. That's what she's tried. Oh, that's good, Tim. I like that shot choice. Stun over for the center of the table into the space for the 8 in the bottom right.
Yeah, I like it.
Just hope she doesn't get too much into the cue ball behind the 2 or something crazy like that.
Just spot this ball.
Oh, she's over the 3 ball. There's always something that happens.
Oh.
I think she should be okay. It's pretty straight, just off. Would have been nice to be a few more inches to the left, but it does make it just a little bit more touchy. Pia looking on.
Oh, she's missed it. She's missed the 8. What a chance. Wow. That is going to hurt real bad. I'm not gonna say if Pia runs out, but probably when Pia runs out, because look at how the solids are open. The 8 over the corner. Wow, wow. Just because she had that awkward queuing over the 3 ball.
Yeah. Huge missed opportunity there. Or think about positive thoughts, because that she knows how big of a moment that was.
Yeah, stop on the 7 is straight on the 3. Like I said, after that miss from Anna, you wouldn't really expect her to get back to the table with how nicely the solids were laying. Well, I guess I just gotta stick with my prediction, Graham, because now Pia has won this rack. Anna will be breaking after she comes back from her timeout to level the score for each. And I expected this to go 6-5, so still en route, even though Anna should have gotten the advantage here, including that chance to break right after and possibly break a run. So that might have hurt. She just took her little break. As you see on the other table, we have Tobias Bongers and Stefan Kasper battling it out for place in the final. Currently not too sure what the score is. Maybe Graham knows. I can find out.
5-5.
5-5 in the race to 8. So that is starting to shape up like a hill match too, honestly.
Yeah, just to jump in there, Tim, the Mark Maggi match against Wojciech Szewczak. Mark from Estonia was 6-1 up, and Szewczak has came back and it's now 6-4. So a bit of a match there as well in the men's side. Very tense.
Well, as you can see in the background, Wojciech at the table too, so that could be 6-5, and you never know who's breaking. Like, we don't know, but if it's Wojciech breaking, that could be 6-1 going to 6 each, race to 8. So possibly 3 hill matches. Would that be a safe bet?
Yeah, looks that way as well. I think that's a very good call. It could be on the cards. Drama all the way through. A little bit of a timeout there on the other table. Probably a good moment to take that. Just a quick update on the wheelchair side. Henrik Larsson is 3-2 in front at the moment, and Jono Tahiti, probably not said that name correctly, from Finland, is 5-0 up at the moment in his match also. The juniors are also playing, I believe, Tim. I have to have a look at those scores too.
Well, I would prefer maybe not calling them juniors when it's under 23, Graham.
Fair enough.
I mean, I don't think they're gonna like it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good call. We have under 23s potentially. I'm so used to calling it juniors. My apologies. Don't mean to offend anybody. I wish people would call me a junior, Tim. I'd take that all day.
That's what I was saying. For us, they feel like juniors, but yeah, I mean, that's a different story.
No, it's all good. Some clapping going on. That's Szewczak, I think, was winning that rack you were referring to. So that looks like a 6-5. A battle on there. Tobias does somehow win through his match against Stefan, and Pia can win through on her match. We have another men and women German in the finals, just like the straight pool. Very impressive.
Yeah, you would say it's at some point starting to be annoying how well the Germans are doing at the European Championships, because they are really dominating this year. And I did not mean that in a bad way. I'm more saying in how, well, not surprising how special that is. You know, you're talking 4 disciplines. Was it 4 different categories, and they are having like a German in every final, I feel like. So that is like an incredible feat. So I'm not saying that in any bad way.
No, but it just shows the strength of the German players. Very, very strong indeed. But I'm sure Anna will try to have something to say about that. This match is far from over.
Oh, good break.
Again, they both have this break dialed in, and maybe a strange thing to say, but maybe some of the men should take a leaf out of this book, because if they can do that every single time, the balls are open nice, you have choice of solids or stripes. Maybe we're missing a trick here in the men's breaks. Power might not be your friend.
Well, there is maybe one difference, which I've been thinking about this quite often, and hopefully I don't offend anybody with this, because I'm quite sure there's also extremely strong women that break harder than I do. But for most of the female players, I think when they try to hit them hard from the center on the 8-ball break, it kind of is like this speed, to where if a man does that, then the cue ball, like there's a difference in impact we create compared to female players. So maybe for them it's just like this is their hardest break possibly, and for us this is a in-between kind of power, which is more difficult to gauge. So I'm not sure if it's easy for a guy to duplicate this break like they do.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So
yeah, all different ways to compare breaks and individuals. Size and everything does play a part. It's just a fact of nature. You have all different types of breaks based on person's skill levels. Also, there's a lot to do with how you hold the cue. So similar things, you know, some people prefer open bridge versus loop bridge. We've seen people breaking from the center of the break line. We've seen even players breaking from the back rail. Hey, that's why we like pool. It's all so different. But all of a sudden, one good shot here on this 9-ball to get position, and it could be a very quick rack this, Tim. Just what Anna needs.
I mean, overall, I think we had a little bit of a scrappy start. That's where I said that might actually set the tone, and we might see a lot of misses and a lot of drama. But they both picked up their game, started to make a couple breaking runs. Probably she could stop the cue ball here and play the 11 in the top left and just stun over to the right. Could also try to get straight on the 11, but now if she leaves herself a slight angle, she might have to run the cue ball all around the table to get to the 8, so a little bit tricky. Does the 8 go to the bottom right? I surely wouldn't think so. Well, I know it goes to this bottom left. I mean, I was quite sure on that, but the bottom right, if it goes through that window, then this shape is fine. Otherwise, she'll have to play for the right center. And that's a tough one from where the 8 is, I feel like.
Yeah. I think she's playing in the center, Tim. You called it. It doesn't look like it goes in the right side, so... How's the pace? Well, that's pretty good. As good as she could have left it, to be honest, Tim. Great shot.
Yeah, if... I said it's quite tough to shoot the 8 in the side from that angle. But if you leave yourself almost straight in, you're a pretty high favorite to make this and level the score for each. There it is. Another break and run. We're tied at 4, only a race to 2 for a spot in the final. And we might see another break run. Did Pia take her break run? Her break run. Her timeout yet?
Yeah, I think they both left the arena. It looked like we win. I'm not sure who instigated the first walkout for a timeout, but I think they both left the arena at the same time. I don't recall them both being in the chairs. Let's see. Is there going to be a moment where we see a dry break, or is it going to be a ball in the side again? It's going to be a ball in the side again. 2 balls in the side and the top. Wow, what a break. What a break, Tim.
And just look at the spread. It's really giving them amazing opportunities. I might have to start break like this.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a single ball blocking each other really. This is where it becomes more personal preference. The starting ball is probably a little bit... Yeah, where does she go? She might have to take solids just because of the stripes, but yeah, solids also work.
Well, I think she can still reach to play the 12. Play a stop shot, or maybe a small draw, play the 15 in the bottom right. Or she could draw all the way just down table and see whatever she gets, because the 15, 11 and the 13 are open. So I don't mind to shoot the 12, but maybe she can reach, so let's forget about it.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit more awkward. I can understand taking the solids, but given how open this rack is, she'll come back for the 2 ball in the same pocket probably here.
Now, it will be interesting to see how she's gonna get on the 1 ball, as the 1 ball only goes, the yellow 1 ball goes to the bottom left. The 5 ball is slightly lower, so even if you get straight on the 5, you have to draw back precisely. So that's something that could go wrong. And I really don't like to go from the 6 to the 1. I've seen that go wrong too often.
Yeah, I'm wondering...
Could go there now, just to make lower, play the 7 and then drop in between from the 4.
Yeah, I was thinking the 4, Tim, as well. Maybe she could play for a 2-way shot. She could play for the 5 and the 1. She might have overdrawn it though. I'm not sure on the angle. Can she go to the long rail potentially first?
Well, that would be even better, right? Just go into
Yeah.
the long rail and make sure you're just great on the 1. Then I don't think the layout is too tough after. I mean, it's still a little bit of movement, but staying in line mostly. She's playing with stun, so...
Yeah, I'm just wondering where the 6 ball is, just because of where the 5 is. Even to what you said earlier, Tim, the 5 is a little bit lower, so if she draws back a little bit, she would have quite a nice angle on the 1 just to drop it in and leave the 6 ball for the last ball. Even if she played the 6 ball from center of the table kind of thing, it's still okay. Yeah, this is okay. She could come inside the 11, Tim, play it off the one long rail. Just play it underside of the 11 and leave a nice angle on this 6 for a choice of where she wants to put the 8 ball, I think. Now she's trying to hold it. I'm not sure how, like, she could be flirting with danger. She's okay. Another break and run to get on the hill here.
Yeah, this is going to put some pressure on Grodisnik's break, which overall has been really nice, but there was a couple more flaws than PS break. So knowing that only one mistake could cost you the match and a place in the final.
Yeah, and I think we have to go back to that 8 ball that Anna missed. That could be one that maybe might haunt her in this match, potentially as the moment that she had. Just update on table 1 there. Stefan Kasper is squeezed in front, 6-5. And Mark Maggi is now on the hill against Wojciech Szewczak. But he's right on his toes. It's 7-6. So still a bit of pool left in both of those games potentially.
Oh, here we go. This is the break. Oh, she got it on the side. She did still make that ball go to the side, but she scratched. What a chance for filler.
Yeah, it's just turned a little bit since she missed the opportunity. Pia picked up the pieces and then punished her with a break and run. Now the pool gods have rubbed a little bit of salt in the wounds, but ball in hand, and a great opportunity here to make it to another final.
Well, gotta say, I kind of felt like she tried to put more power into the break. Kind of felt like it, and that's probably also where the accuracy got lost. But this rack is not done yet, as you can see. Still some traveling. The 12-11 is tough, so she's opting to go solids, but it's not so easy to get nice on the 5. Of course she could shoot the 5 now, but she's going to run into the 3 ball, so not so much value. She gets straight on the 7. Stop shot would get her on the 3, but doesn't really get her nice on the 5. So then she might have to leave the 5 to get to the 8 at the end. So as you can see, quite some cue ball movement, and the more movement, the more risk, the more danger.
Yeah, exactly. I think she could play a little draw shot into the 11 ball just below the 8 here maybe. Or she just rolls past it.
Well, I'm considering going 1 rail just past the side, going towards the 1. If I run too far, I have the 2. Then go 1, 6, and then off the 2 to the center of the table. Cut the 5 and go 2 rails to play the 8 in the same corner.
Yeah, good shout. 5 could be a key ball. Even though it was a little bit tricky, once you remove this 3 ball, like you say, it does free up that 2 rail shot for the 8 ball. So probably a good shout to go up table now while she's got a good opportunity. I do like that shot, Tim. she heard you. Oh, she's taking the
Well,
5
she's
now.
playing. Yeah, she's playing the 5 now. Could go to the 6. I just think it's tougher to go, for example, off the 1 towards the 8. She's on the 6. I don't mind shooting the 6. 6, 2, you run up near the 10, play the 1. Anything. Look at how much space she has in the center of the table to get to the 5. I do like this decision.
Yeah, I agree. Even if she has a little bit more of a cut on the 5, she can still just drop it in. And there's no traffic on that left side of the table, so she would always have a shot pretty much on the 8. But maybe, like you say, she was just thinking about position. She could even overrun this a little bit and go past the 10 and still be okay. She's decided to play it short, but she's gone past a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, good call, Tim. She can come straight up and down the table here. Oh, is she running it through? Maybe she's going
Could
forward.
also go. Well, she could go 2 rails out, stun right. 1 rail, top right. Ooh, a little bit further away. The main thing is, as long as she makes this with just a slight drip of right spin, she's kind of guaranteed to be on the 8, so stay down, try to stay still, don't move. Hopefully hit the ball as smooth as possible. She's kind of low in the cue ball though. Doesn't want to stun this too much. No, she's hit it perfect. She's on the 8, and I have a feeling we'll have a great final coming up, because Yasmin Ushan is currently waiting for this match, and she'll be up against world team champion, former world team champion Pia Feller.
Yes, Tim, you called it. There we go. Congratulations to Pia. It was a good run out in the end. Tough luck for Anna. She battled hard, but I think that missed 8 ball cost her the chance to really put the extra pressure on. So Pia blowing a kiss to her husband, who's watching Joshua there in the crowd. And we will be back for the final. That's it from Tim and myself. Thanks for joining. Join us in about half an hour for the finals across all divisions. Bye for now.
table 2. Wheelchairs on table 2 should play because there is more space. Now imagine table 3 wheelchairs and table 4 other players. How are we gonna fit?
See you.
leave me alone.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so actually, I don't know. What do you think we're going to do that? But then, no, we can make it sure forever. Yeah, same forever. I mean, he's going to be there. Yeah, so let's do it like this. So for instance, table 2 referee is here, table 3 referee is there, table 1
Good evening and welcome to the final matches in the 8-ball division of the Predator European Pool Championships presented by the City of Tallinn. Firstly, on table 4, it's the under-23s, and we welcome into the arena from Germany, Dennis Laskowski. And his opponent tonight, from Switzerland, Sylvain Starkerman. And on table 3, it's our wheelchair final, from Sweden, Henrik Larsson. And his opponent tonight, from Finland, Joni Tati. We're on to table 2, and it's the men's final. We welcome from Germany, Stefan Kasper. And his opponent tonight, from Poland, Wojciech Szewczak. And finally, on table 1, we welcome into the arena, Pia Filler from Germany. And her opponent tonight, from Austria, Jasmine Ocean. Players, will you lack for break?
Welcome everybody to the Predator Epbf European Pool Championships. To be precise, 101 of Europe's finest players battled it out, hoping to be in this moment. This match is what all players are dreaming about. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. This is the final of the European Championship 8-ball in the men's division. In the final we have former world 10-ball champion Wojciech Szewczak from Poland, and he's up against a very informed Stefan Kasper from Germany, waiting to win his maiden title. And what a match we will have. And in the commentary booth for this match is my good friend, also from the Netherlands, Joris van Amersfoort, and myself, Tim de Ruyter, to call the shots. What do you think about this match, Joris?
Good evening, everybody, especially from the Netherlands. It's already evening. I'm very excited about this match. We've seen Wojciech playing a lot on the live streams in this European Championships already. So we know he's also very informed and pretty comfortable at the arena at the moment. And his opponent, Stefan Kasper from Germany, to me, he's one of the rising stars. He has done very good in Las Vegas. And of course, he has had quite some results already. 2023, he got a silver medal at 10-ball at the European Championships. So let's see if he can win his first European Championship title here. How about you, Tim? You're excited too?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we have two great players in the final. I think there's two different styles as well. I think Wojciech can be more flamboyant and will break the balls very firm. Compared to Stefan, I think Stefan will be very consistent, very steady. Probably will not see him do too many crazy things at the table. But I mean, if you can avoid them, I mean, you should. So I just think we'll be in for a treat.
Lovely. And Stefan chooses to start this opener's rack with stripes. So the table is open after the break. And if you made a ball, then you have the first choice to select a group by potting a ball from that group. Probably play the 11 after this. And in many times you can see the strategy that you first pick up the balls that are on the side of the table that's not the 8 ball is lying. So when you take away this red 11, you can focus on the bottom side of the table. Probably first the 15. Little screw back probably for the 10.
Well, could also play stop shot for 9. I mean, there's not too much to argue here, I guess, yours. This is a really nice layout to start off the match. He'll be right into the comfort zone.
Absolutely. Did follow through a little bit. You can see a little air stroke from Stefan. Didn't follow through on the cue ball. Now he might play this with topspin into the 8 if he can get to it. The only danger is that you will push the 8 towards the 5 if you use it as a blocker. Therefore choose to not play it into the 8. Need another delicate shot here. This pink 12 and to stay underneath the 8 ball.
Well, could run into the 8.
Well played, absolutely. That worked out fine. This 8 to the side to start off with a break and run from Stefan. Well done. First rack is on the board. And the balls will be racked by our referee, which is Alan Buyas, if I can pronounce it well. Not quite sure where is he from. Might be Bujas.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either on that, to be honest.
Let's call him
it's
Alan.
Also if
Alan.
you think about it, the referee course, the EPBF referee course, every year there is new people applying, finishing the exams, and then they're like legitimate referees for European Championships. So basically you could play 10 European Championships, miss one, and the next year not know a couple referees, because every year there's new ones. So it's tough to keep up with all the names.
Yeah. Well, good for him. It's always a nice match to be the referee on the finals of a European Championship. As you can see, the referee took his stopwatch out because there's a shot clock involved. And it's Wojciech to break off in the second rack of this final.
Yeah, nice power break. Like I said, completely different if you compare it to Casper's break. Now, the cue ball was a little bit off, so I'm quite sure he will look at it like, okay, well, I made a ball on the break and we're good for now, but in the future is hoping to hit it a little bit more square.
Yeah, he also failed to make the balls into the side pocket, which are the balls that normally go into. But well, at least he's at the table. He has a shot, and I would expect him to choose for the solids. Although the 6 and the 7 is not a real hanger there. Let's see how
very
he solves
curious. Very curious to see how he solves that. Yeah, I completely agree. Maybe do something off the 1, but he's gonna be quite straight on that one.
Well, I think the 7 is potable from below the 15. And if you push a little bit top spin with some right side English, you could land on the 4 ball.
I'm not too sure, actually. I think it's very tricky. I don't think it's there that much. I might go like play shape on the 4, 2 rails. If I bump the 15, something beautiful could happen. But he has indeed played for the 7, but did he run too far?
Well, at least almost. Now if he can make this without touching the 6, that would be a bit too much to ask for. And probably a more powerful stroke here. To draw the cue ball straight back. Maybe have position on the 5 ball. To the other side of the table. So it was my first up that he went for. Pushed through the 6 ball. Land on the 4. Absolutely not out of the woods yet. Needs to do something with that 3 ball also. So maybe he can give that a little nudge.
Yeah, as this match proceeds, I will try to keep everybody else updated on the other finals. We have 4 finals going on at this moment. Women, men, wheelchair division and under 23. So probably in between the racks I'll just give a little update here and there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tim. Especially on the other streamed table where the women division has been played. It's a very nice final between Yasmin Ushan and Pia Villa. 2 of the biggest names in women pool. And for now, Wojciech has done all the hard work which led to this final stage of this rack. A stop shot on the 5 to shoot the 8 ball in the left side. And it was quite a battle. It was not a roadmap, like connecting the dots and just play stop, stop, stop. No, we really had to work for it. If you still manage to get through it, it really helps to get settled in the match, have enough table time. So, good things are and good signs now for Wojciech.
Yeah, I would say this really gives him a confidence boost.
Absolutely.
To get a game like this on the board as your first game would be quite promising for the match. So we'll go to Stefan Kasper's break next up. And on the other tables, Yasmin Ushan currently 1-0 up. As you can see, she is on the table, so possibly 2-0 in the making. In the wheelchair division, still tied at 0. Henrik Larsson and Unitati. That's a legendary final. In case you're not too known with the wheelchair players, both of them has won countless of gold medals. And in the under 23, Dennis Laskowski took early lead, 1-0 over Sylvan Starkeman from Switzerland. 2-0, just got updated. So let's see. Like I said, 2 different breakers of the game. And yeah, I mean, 2 breaker runs to start.
Yeah, Kasper won in the quarterfinals against Exposito from Spain. In the semifinals, he beat his fellow German Tobias Bongers. 8-6 he won. It was quite a tough match. It's been a long day for these guys. All these matches from the start of the day already. So I hope they feel strong, fit. Could that be a part of the match? Getting involved? Energy? Because...
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you think about the European Championships, they're like 11 days. And I've seen so many players, also like top players, they just break down right actually around today. Like if you look at in a week, like 7, 8, 9 days, that's where most of the people that, you know, the ones that party, the ones that stay up late playing video games, the ones that do not go to the gym, yeah, all that kind of things, you know, the ones that do not take care of themselves. Those are the ones that now suddenly are starting to be not so fresh. They will make a couple brain errors, a couple loose mistakes. So it's really important to still stay fresh throughout this event, and that's why it's just way different from just one event like a Euro Tour. You have to play basically 5 tournaments in a row, and after this we will have a Euro Tour, so basically 6 events in a row, and you have to stay sharp.
Yeah, that has to drain your energy, and I think it requires some... Kasper choose to do a little nudgings.
Not too great for result. I know he has the 4, but I might consider jumping the 2 ball.
You would?
When the 2 is out. When the 2 is out, it's kind of nicely and open, but he just feels that shot in the corner on the 4 is decent to still get there on the 5. Yeah, okay, maybe that was a better option than jumping, but I really would have liked to take out the 2 as soon as possible.
I understand, and I must admit that he did really play a decent shot there. Was quite delicate in the livery of the cue, and fell perfect on this 5 at the right angle. So I can roll forward a little bit. And 1 cushion towards the 6. Now of course that 14 ball is blocking the route for the 8 ball later on. So let's see what angle he leaves himself on the 6 ball. Probably pretty straight. To take the 10 out of the equation.
Well, I'm not a huge fan of how he landed. I think he can still play top spin. Gotta make sure he stays away from the 10 though. And the pace.
He did.
How is the pace?
And the run a little bit too fast. It still cuts, but if close
Cue ball.
to that rail,
Yeah.
it's
And a
quite
possible
tough.
scratch maybe after 14 in the corner. No,
He made it.
caught the 14. Okay,
Alright, so in the end, another break
run.
and run. Indeed, indeed. And we have Wojciech at the table. Wojciech had quite a difficult schedule also. He in the last 16 he beat Paul Fichet-Pardot 8-6. They were also in teams up to each other. And in the quarters it was Wojciech against Albin Ushan. Wojciech got quickly into a lead, but then Albi fought his way back into the match, and in the end Wojciech found another gear and ran the match out and winning 8-5. And in the semi-finals Wojciech was up to Mark Maggi from Estonia, Estland, the local home boy. And Mark Maggi is playing really great this whole tournament. And it went to a hill, and no wonder we won, because Wojciech is here in the finals. But quite a tough schedule and a tough road towards this final for Wojciech. And he's now breaking off the 4th rack of this final.
Yeah, keeping count for this match actually. 3 breaker runs total. Looking to add another one. Wojciech Cevcik. Well, similar like the last one, just a cue ball to the other side. Just passing the side pocket. This time 3 balls in. And look at the stripes, yours.
It's amazing. That 4 ball just got out of the way for the 9 ball. That's a fable too. He might take that as a starter. That's what I would do, because now you already have the right angle to take that 9 out of the equation and not run into the 4 ball. So yeah, 9 would be my starter. 2 rails out. Enter close to the 1 ball, the yellow 1 ball. That will be my target. Perfect.
Yeah, I would like to take the 15 out quite soon as well, just because, as you can see, most of the shots you get on the 15 will be a big cut, and I think he couldn't got any better on the 15 like he did here.
Few options again. Start with the 11. Draw back to the center of the table, probably. So now the 12. Stun forward, stun follow through. For the 13 in the left side. It looks like another break and run here, Tim. You could clearly see the great fundamentals that Wojciech has. Almost as robotic like Fedor Gorst in his stroke. A very loose grip. His backhand is very loose. Truly like that.
Well, especially with his break, the way how he's breaking that firm. if that at some point starts to take off, then you're just gonna make so many balls and you're gonna have so much at the table compared to a little softer break from Stefan. So, like I said, Stefan's most likely to do the consistent thing, and we'll have to grind through possibly a couple tougher racks. But yeah, I mean, both have pros and cons. I think it's nice actually to see two different kind of breaks in the final.
And especially see what happens or what works better. Huh?
Well, the
You would
fact that they
expect-
are both already in the final with, like, we have a final with two different breaks, so that means they both have won, what is it, 6-7 matches already. So it kind of proves that both could work. Like, there's not a better option, just the one you
Yeah.
feel better at that day, I guess.
Yeah, good point, Tim. You're right. So the more conservative player from Germany, Stefan, doing the breakup of in this 5th rack, breaking with an open bridge. Managed to make the ball in the side pocket. All good. And a quick scan tells me that I want to go where stripes. And if the 10 ball passes the 2, that would be my starter. He's checking it out at the moment. I'm not quite sure. Look at the faces telling me that it's not really possible. But that would really be a nice starter to start with, the 10.
10 ball, corner pocket.
Well, he doesn't have to do too much on this, so kind of have to take it on. The 11 is available to go to the bottom. Yeah, as you could see, used all of the corner there. Drop to the bottom and use the 15 to get to the 8. So just one positional shot here, maybe slight bump ball.
Yeah, that would be a nice target. Hit it a little firm, to be honest. I think it's okay because that orange 13 ball cuts back to the bottom left. You can always take the green 14, but I guess he'll take the orange and use the 5 ball as a blocker. But every time you roll into another ball, that ball is going to end somewhere, and that somewhere could really be annoying for you. So there's always a risk to run into other balls.
I'm surprised he's still cutting the 13 instead of shooting the 14 to the top left corner. He's kind of fortunate to not block the corner for the 15.
Yeah.
If you look at where the 5 ball ended. But, I mean, lucky, or he played it well. There's always two sides of the coin.
So you can clearly see in this shot that the 14 does not pass the 6 easily to the side pocket. So that makes the game plan to take away this 14 now and get back from the 12. Yeah, with the layout now, that since the 5 ball has not rolled in front of the 15, this is another nice run out. And to be more precise, that would make it 5 out of 5.
Yeah, so far a perfect display of how 8 ball should be played. I don't think we've really been seeing like crazy shot selections or anything. I think we kind of agreed with everything they did so far, so It's also a good sign for us. That means we can keep up with them.
Especially with inside. Technique is a different story.
Yeah, we have a couple more angles to look from. That's true.
Yeah, that's a lot easier. But still, glad you're here in the commentary box, Tim, and I think we are up to a great final.
Well, definitely a great start, and let's have a look at the other scores. Women's final currently tied at 2. Pia Filler and Jasmine Ushan are definitely making a battle out there. Henrik Larsson and Juni Tati, the classic, 1 each. And Dennis Laskowski, the German, is on his way to the title. Pretty steep. I mean, he's up 4-0 over Sylvan Starkeman.
That's a nice lead.
Well, I'm quite sure Sylvan will at some point play a little Starkeman. Well, all jokes aside, hopefully hoping to have a lot of close matches out there. That's what we like to see the most.
So a little Filipino style pre-strokes from Wojciech. The break-off of the 6th track in the final of the European Championships. Made a ball on the side.
Solid.
Where's the cue ball going? Got kicked away. That got kicked in. And that's the first thing in this final that's happened. And Stefan at the table.
If you think about it, George, he actually broke the balls better than the last 2 breaks. And the cue ball got kissed twice and scratched.
Sometimes you just need a little bit luck, or at least you don't want to be unlucky. Well, it looks like he's going for stripes. It looks like his game plan here is make the 14 in the side, screw back for the 9 and make the 9 off the 4 ball to open up the pocket for the 10. That still leaves him a big question, what to do with that 13 ball.
Well, not only the 13 ball, look at 10 ball as well. I do like...
Yeah, if he opens up the 10 by removing the 4. I understand, but it didn't work out. So he could take the 4 of the 9 of the 4 now.
Yeah, I like it.
Or forward.
9 ball, corner pocket.
Still, that 13 ball is a real pain in the ass.
Well, there is a slightly other option. He's played it really nicely to where... Well, I was gonna say maybe he's still on the 10. I don't think he's on the 10. Could have used the 12 ball to run again into the 13. Because, yeah, you kind of need to have something. And it's for sure not going to be the 10 ball. So it's either the 12 or the 15. And he's running out of options. He's now looking to shoot the 13 off the 2, Joris.
Wow. That would be a shot. And if there's enough space between the 2 and the 7, well, it's not a bad choice. He called it right now. He just wants to leave the 10 ball there as a some kind of defense shot. No, the 7 was in the way there. So Wojciech back at the table. And Wojciech really has to connect that 4 ball to the 3, and he is, well, forced to start with the 2 ball.
Time. Extension.
Oh, let's see. We'll have to get to the 4 as soon as possible to open up the 3, I guess.
Open up, or it looks from this angle that it does even cut if you play a stop shot on the 4.
Well, I'd rather go probably forward 2 rails on the 4 and try to bump the 10 full than to leave myself that cut. I'm not too sure about the cut, but
well, Wojciech is.
well, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I thought kind of running into the 2 balls wasn't really gonna hurt him with having the 1 over the corner, but he likes it. So no bumping balls if you can make it clean. Yeah,
And he could.
you were right. Oh, the cue ball. It's not on the 1, not on the 7.
So forced to take this 5 ball. Still all good. Alright. Little bit hampered by this 7 if he wants to attack the 1 first. It makes him to choose to shoot the 7 first. Draw back towards the 8 ball for the 6. Yeah, this looks good now. Done all the hard work. Again, a rack that was not very easy for Wojciech. It was not a roadmap.
Well, the good news for him was the fact that Kasper took quite some stripes off the table earlier on. He did have a chance to get a 2-game gap in, but in the end looks like we're still tied at 3. Yeah, if you look at the other tables, Yasmin Ushan took the lead again, 3-2 over Pia Filler. Henrik Larsson took the lead over Unitati, 2-1. And Dennis Oskowski now up 5-0. Things are looking not too great for Sylvan Starkeman in the final.
Yeah, and it's not looking that great for Pia Filler either. As you can see, she's at the table, but she bumped into her last ball, the 5 ball, and now it's not a real pocket available to finish this rack, so probably a defense shot. Ooh, that's not too bad. So quite interesting to follow that match on the side. If you want to watch this match full screen with commentary, then you have to switch to the other table, table 1.
Well, what about they watch our match with the commentary and they watch that match on the side without the commentary? Sounds great, right?
That would be awesome. Yeah.
Oh, good shot there from Jasmine, actually. Oh, I see. Wojciech is taking his time out.
Yeah, so that's why I'm talking a little bit around to kill this time.
Well, will be interesting to see if Stefan has the same feeling on the next coming break, because he will have to sit in his chair for like 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. Could throw you off on the break.
Yeah, so I have a very nice story in the last match between I had between Mario He and who was he playing? Dennis Kraber? No, it wasn't Dennis.
Fabio Ricci?
Fabio Ricci, yeah, must be that match in the team competition, where Fabio Ricci took his time out. Fabio was up front and Mario He was trading. And Fabio took his time out, and Mario He sat in the chair waiting for 5 minutes. And at the moment that Fabio came back into the arena, Mario stood up, made the T sign with his hand, and took his time out, and forced Fabio to sit for 5 more minutes in his chair. I've never seen that before. Did you, Tim?
I have seen that before. It doesn't happen very often, but I mean that's the mental side. Also, you know, it's tough, and probably he was also trying to just slow down Fabio, because if you're ahead, let's say you're up 6-1 in that match, I would never take a timeout whenever I'm up, because I just rather just keep going, you know, keep pushing the same way like you're doing.
The momentum is already yours. I mean, no.
Exactly.
Indeed.
So unless you really have to get to the restroom, which I mean sometimes I really push that as well. Well, then Mario probably got the signal, oh, he's nervous, let's put him in this chair for 4 minutes right after his timeout and let's see how he comes out. And he did lose from 6-1 up. So for example, that is one of the things where I say, yeah, I'm not too sure if it was maybe the right choice to do. But yeah, I think that's also experience, you know, like Mario, very experienced. He kind of feels maybe the pressure is coming, and he used the timeout in a good moment.
Well, he did win that match. So, all jokes aside, it did work for him. And it is now focusing back on this table, the finals of the European Pool Championships 8-ball 2025. Cue ball is lurking towards that corner pocket again, but this time it chose to stay out. So Stefan has a shot and a opener. Already looking at solids, so that means he feels to start with the 1 ball to the side pocket. Yes, it is. Now if he misses this, I expect him to miss it at the thick side, so to hit the full 4 jaw. But of course you can also expect him to make it. That's where it was. You saw it? That's tension.
Yeah. Well, it was indeed a very nervy shot to start off, but yeah, I mean that's also one of the risks, I think, on his break. Wojciech is trying to get the cue ball square in the center or like near the center of the table, and with Casper's break, the cue ball always drifts a little bit more towards the kitchen, where, well, your options are going to be a little bit limited. So like I said, both breaks have their pros and cons, but this is one of the cons, and it at some point really did bite him. So now if Wojciech can play the 2, he's either going to play shape on the 5 to the bottom left, or he could run into the 12 softly. think he will shoot
Yeah.
2 still, yeah.
But you do need to hit it, the 12. You try to stay on this side. Just there, I guess. This still cuts. Yeah, it cuts.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is not everybody's favorite cut. Can run the cue ball around though towards the 11, 3 rails, and has the 1 and the 4 available in the center, so we wouldn't worry too much about the shape. But make the ball.
No. And with some right side, left side English, you could spin it extra towards that 10 ball. Give it some speed and hold it over 2 rails.
I think you mean the 11 ball, right?
No, the 10 ball. There is. No, I meant you spin it towards the 10 ball, the object ball.
Oh, the object ball. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
I
you
got
just
right
had
there.
to miss the object ball, the 10 ball. So.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I was like, okay, how is he gonna run the cue ball near the 10? I said, huh? Oh, but I get it. My fault.
No.
Oh,
Once
did he
again,
get
a
straight
little
on this
mistake.
board?
He did. So now I guess he is forced to draw the straight back to the short drill. And then the 14 ball is a very big ball to land behind, which is of course not a good thing to do. Gave it some side. Oh, it's a good shot.
Yeah, just gotta be careful here. If he catches the right side of the 15 and then the cue ball runs into the 10, a potential scratch could be in the making. Like if he goes real thin off the 15 maybe, or 10 first and then off the 15. So he's playing with low right. He's just not rolling into those balls. You see that often with amateurs. They just focus so much on making the ball. Ooh, he played it stun. He didn't even draw. That could have went wrong, but it didn't. So he steals one on Casper's break.
Right.
Well, let's have a quick look around the room to see if there's any developments. Yasmin now doubling the lead, 4-2 up against Pia Filler in a race to 6. So starting to get near the finish line.
And she's at the
Then-
table. So she could get on the hill right now.
I have good news for the Switzerland fans. Sylvan Starkeman did finally get his first game on the board. He's still trailing 5-1, but at least he gets going. That's
It's
what
a
we like
start.
to see.
So there was a mini break there for Wojciech, and in breaking the pattern as everybody was keeping their own racks. He won it from Steven and can now break off this 8th rack. Let's see if he uses a lot of power again.
Yeah, beautiful break.
Absolutely. Now again he's forced to take the stripes, and it's not a real hard thing to solve the puzzle if you can take away the 10 as soon as possible, and then the 11 and the 13, the red striped and the orange striped are connected and can solve this table.
Well, now the next following question, of course, is how to get to the left side of the 10.
Absolutely, that's the challenge. So at the left side of the 1 ball, that's where you're aiming for. Maybe go there right away. Just missed the 7 ball. 2 rails out. Don't want to run into the 7.
Yeah.
Nice. I think this... Oh no, I think it's not there, the 10. Was close.
Could try again after 12. Just trying to stay underneath the 1 in this view. Make sure you get the cut on the 10.
Yeah, he's now taking a look in sacrificing the 11 ball to go around the 6 ball and shoot the 10 then. The only issue is that he doesn't have a ball to be very sure to be to land on the 13. So do you think it's an option to go for the 13 right away? So cut in this 10, go forward towards the black 8 ball and shoot immediately that 13 ball into the same pocket.
Yes. Yeah, I think that you kind of have to. If you do not play that, I don't think it will be easy to get either from the 12 or the 9 back on that 13. I think this is your best chance, percentage-wise.
Yeah, cut there. Now still need some kind of a route towards the 9 or the 12 ball from the 13. Played it with inside English. Bumped into the 2 ball. But I think he got a little bit luck there to see enough of this 9 ball.
Well, it's still not an easy 9. He's looking to go around the 12 just so he can play at least a firm shot on this 9 ball. Some players would like to leave the 12 for the bottom left, but that's such a scary stroke. So it's either 2 rails to run into the 12 or possibly around the 12. But I think to run into the 12 is a little safer.
Ooh, missed it by quite some margin there. Right?
Yeah, had to put some inside spin on there. That really made the shot a lot tougher. And a chance for Stefan to capitalize on this mistake, make it 4 each, and we'll be breaking again to take over the advantage. So far they have really been trying to be nice to each other and keeping the score level, but they shouldn't be that friendly to each other, right?
Absolutely not. So it looks like Kasper will play from the bottom to the top now. Stop shot on the 6 ball. And then the 3, the 2 and to finish on the 4 ball. No, took another route.
I mean, in the end, whenever your opponent misses the last stripe or on the last 2 balls, you have that much space on the table. You have so many options.
Absolutely.
Difficult to run out of shape, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so many options, so many routes. For example, this 2, he chooses to shoot the 2 before the 3 ball. It's also very dependent on such a small angle you can have in a difference on the shot. It's a little bit lot of side he put on it, and that's why it jumped away from that long left rail a lot. this could go wrong, so have to pay a little attention on that notch on the 12 ball. Well judged. Well done. So the 8th rack goes to Stefan Kasper from Germany. So again, this is the final of the European Pool Championships 2025. It's the 8-ball edition. We started off with 101 players and now we're at the final 2. Here up front we can see the finals of the European Championships, the ladies. A match between Pia Viller and Jasmin Ushan. It's Germany against Austria. Jasmin Ushan is the older sister of Albin Ushan.
Yeah, she is currently on the hill, 5-2 in the race to 6. So last call for Pia to possibly make a comeback. On the other tables, Henrik Larsson up 3-1 against Juni Tati from Finland. And Dennis Laskowski 6-1 up against Selvan Starkerman in a race to 8. The wheelchair, Henrik and Juni, is a race to 5.
And Stefan Kasper to break off in this 9th rack.
Oh, the cue ball, a little wild, stays on the table. And yeah, this is another one. This could be another breaker run on the board.
Absolutely. He's looking at solids. If he takes away that 1 ball, then the 8 ball is wide in the open to a lot of pockets. So all good. This is quite an easy opener. And has many options as a route. The only thing that he has to take and consider is the free ball not be able to go to the top left. So that's a little bit of work. Stefan Kasper is also playing in the German Bundesliga. He's a member of 1 PBC Memmingen, with my best German I can.
Extension.
Well, he is doubting something on this 7 ball so far. Stood back up a couple times. Don't think it's too risky. The 4 brings him to the 3 and the 6 brings him down for the 2, and the 8 does go in the side, so not really sure why he stepped up a couple times, but maybe something was itching his shoe. You never know.
Indeed, some kind of distraction there. Yeah, in 2022 Kasper won a golden medal at the German Championships 8 ball and 9 ball. But 8 ball is a type of game that he loves to play, apparently.
Well, also with how much straight pool they play in Germany, they are kind
Which
of
is
used
a lot,
to.
isn't it?
Yeah, well, even the lower leagues they play races to like 75 or 100 in straight pool. So imagine whenever you
Wow.
get to Bundesliga, it's like 125 or 150. So, and just the pace around straight pool is kind of the same like an 8-ball. So, yeah, it's just really built for them. I mean, I would say it's basically their culture now. So another breaker run for the German, and he is now taking a timeout, hoping to throw Wojciech off and to get back to the table soon. He's up 5-4 in this race to 8.
And this gives the opportunity to sneak peek at this ladies final, because I think it's a race to 6, isn't it?
It is a race to 6 indeed, and like I mentioned, Jazz now 5-2 up, only 2 balls away. In the back you see Denis Laskowski is up 7-1, so will be a battle between the under 23 final and the women's final to be the first one, but I'm quite sure they're just focused on their own ability. 2 balls away, just this 8-ball, a little bit off angle, top right corner.
A little side to get the nerves a little bit down, and this for the title, European Championship. He did it, she did it.
Up your ladies 8-ball champion, Jasmine O'Shea.
Well, fantastic performance for sure. Has been away from the European Championships for a while, comes back and takes 1 title already, so congrats to Jasmine. Also to Pia, of course, for a great performance, but I'm sure she will not be happy to lose that final. That's how this sport works. I mean, I guess that's how it is, so congratulations to Jasmine. Enjoy. And soon...
Yeah, absolutely.
Soon we'll hear
Great.
some more celebration, I would guess so.
From the last table. Quick picture there for Yasmin. Good for her, she already has a great run in Las Vegas. So she's started to playing a lot and a lot better. And there's the applause you were mentioning about Tim.
23's 8-ball champion, Denis
Yeah,
Laskowski.
Denis Laskowski taking the title there in the under 23. Probably too much experience for Sylvan Starkerman to handle. The score eventually became 8-1. But nonetheless, I think it's Sylvan's first year in the under 23. Just got out of the juniors, so I think for first year or first or second year in the under 23, still a great result to get to the final, and hopefully he'll have better opportunities in the future.
Well said, Tim. And his future is looking bright. In the meantime, we are indeed in a timeout by Stefan Kasper. It's a 5-minute break, meaning he'll be back within like a minute, and we will continue this final race to the 8th. And the referee Allen is racking the balls on this beautiful Predator arc table. Simonis Cloth, Aramith balls. And it's Wojciech to break for the 10th rack. And is really eager for a nice break, a nice spread. First of all, would like to see the 9 ball and the 15 ball to find gravity in the side pockets. Let's see what happens. The 15 made it in the corner, in the side pocket. The 9 got kicked away. But the most important thing is that there is a ball down. And Wojciech can continue his play. Now.
7 ball.
I think he can pick either side. Well, he could pick either side. Well, he could also shoot the 13 ball and bump the 14. And then it's open. So I think either way could work. But yeah, for as you see as a starter with the 7 ball hanging over the corner, I would also like to start solids too. Unmissable shot.
So that's the first combination. Now the second one. And he has to see if he takes on this combination that the 6 ball does not roll into it either, following the 4 ball. That's why he takes another route.
Well, the thing is, if you do not catch the 4 full, the 6 might move to either rail, to either the short rail or the long rail. You might lose control. So it's maybe better to play the 5 and, well, if he plays for the 2, it's okay. Could also go to the 1 ball, but I think to stay at the 2 is okay. Oh, he's missed the 5.
Yeah, that must be loss of focus. He was already doubting what kind of shot was the best to take on. He stayed down, had a lot of pre-strokes in this particular shot. Much more than he has on shots where he's already confident about and what to do. Well, that's an enforced error.
Maybe a little bit of doubt in the system, you never know. The only good thing for Wojciech is that the 8 doesn't go in the bottom left, and the 14,
well, it
like you
wasn't
mentioned,
already.
is still tricky.
Yeah, the 14 is still tricky. The 3 ball is blocking the 8 ball too. So.
Oh, okay. So double.
That was already blocked. Yeah, double blocked. Just to be sure.
Yeah, so now has to get to the 14. He's got a great angle on the 9 to go right over on the 14 to the bottom right.
Perfect. So I can choose to roll forward for the 11, stun it for the 13. But all the hard work has been done with this nice stun shot he just played towards this position. So it looks like 13, 11, 12 and the 8 towards the side pocket.
Yeah, do you consider crossing over for the 8 in the same corner, or you play in the side?
I play side because I'm 100% sure you fall perfectly on this 8, and if you are dead straight, then it's not a missable shot anymore. So I'll
Yeah, I
keep it
thought he-
easy.
Yeah, I thought he had maybe a slight bit more cut, but yeah, indeed. Straight on the 8, what a steal. Does have that 2-game gap here, 6-4, only 2 games away from, I would say, his biggest title. I don't think... He did have a final in the Euro Tour. He did have a deep run in Vegas. But... Well, I'm not too sure. Maybe he's won a bigger title in Germany. I'm not sure, but I consider this one a big one.
Absolutely, absolutely. Must be, yeah. Maybe in team competition, it's a big title. And when I was looking at his teammates at BV Drotdorf, I can see some interesting names. I can see Manuel Gama from Portugal, Sasha Rath, Tim Kurgan, Marco Spitsky, but also Maximilian Legner from Austria and someone from the Netherlands, Tim de Ruyter.
Well, what a surprise.
What a surprise this is, huh?
Yeah, quite familiar with most of the Germans at this point. So currently also the wheelchair final tied at 3. So excitement there as well, race to 5. And look at this break. He's found that break again, 2 balls in. He just makes it look easy too. 3 balls. Yeah, 3 balls in, and just look at his layout. I wish I would break the balls like this every day.
Now, of course, you could go with stripes. There are already 2 balls gone. But that 11 and 14 are not very 100% easy. And to be honest, the solids are wide in the open. So even though there are 2 more balls to pot, I would take the solids. And so does Stefan, starting off with the 6 ball. Takes the 4 ball of the equation right now. And probably stays at the left side of the 7 to shoot the 7 in the other corner. So we'll roll this in with a little bit of right side English. Not 100% the shot that he wanted.
Yeah, he's long on the 3 now. Or was he? No, he was trying to get to the 7 ball, right?
Yeah, must be. That was the right shot to do. And he was close to it, but he just overrun it.
Oh, if
So
that
now
cue ball
it's-
runs on top of the 13, that's trouble. Did he still get on the 5? If he has the 5, he's straight in. Things could not go wrong. But if that 13 came in between, no, I think he's on. Straight on the 2, is straight on the 7, is straight on the 8. So that was such a big difference. You had me sweating there.
Stefan is probably sweating himself too. Yeah, you
Oh,
can
huge
see that's-
game.
Yeah, absolutely. 7-4 ops. So this is to get on the hill. So stop shot for the 8 in the side. Well, stop shot, little screw back. Just 1 roll. And now Stefan Kasper leading 7-4. Shakes off a little sweat because that was risky. He knows it. He's shaking his head. That didn't go as planned, but he is absolutely thrilled to be 7-4 up now. And all the pressure is on the shoulder of Wojciech. We all know he can handle that kind of pressure. He will be waiting for his chance. But is relying on the result of the break. You can see Wojciech also clean his head. Must be a warm atmosphere at the moment. So Wojciech with the break off in the 12th rack, trailing 4-7 in his raid to 8 to stay alive. Or is Stefan Kasper getting his chance already? Let's see. Wojciech with a powerful break off.
Staying alive, he does. Makes balls.
Both balls
look at
went
the
to the side
stripes.
pocket. Yep. Pretty yippee-yay for Wojciech. That 40 ball is absolutely the ball that needs to have the most attention. And might take it on right away. If you take this
I mean,
13
I like.
out of the equation.
It can go around the 6, and I mean the 10 does go, the 14 and the 12. So there's 3 balls that are tracking towards the left, and I would rather do that first in case you do not get on those. Well, he's going there directly just to make sure he's getting on something. I think he's quite straight.
Yeah, he might go up and down now. Back to the 11 and the 9. And then come back.
Oh, maybe the 10 in the bottom right? The second,
Oh,
yeah,
does that
maybe
fit?
that goes. Well, he's not even looking at it, but if the 10 goes to the bottom right, I'm taking that all day long.
Yeah, exactly. Clean up these 3 balls. The only thing is that if you finish on the 3 balls, the 10, 14 or 12, then the 8 ball is hanging there already for a stop shot for the side pocket. And if the 9 ball was your last ball, you really had to travel back towards this side. So I can imagine that. And now he's probably playing forward 2 rails out to land close to the 8 ball.
I just feel it's so speed sensitive and you have to land perfect on the 10. I think he's close to perfect, as you see, small angle. So another break and run coming up. Unless something very unexpected happens, but I mean, he's not a former world champion by luck or, you know, missing balls and still going in somewhere else, you know, not that kind of style. There's no luck involved in his game, I feel like.
No, I really like his fundamentals. 2 rails out. So Wojciech is still alive. Got the frame back. And is now 7-5 behind. And Stefan Kasper is going to break for his first European Championship title. Or at least the possibility to get it.
Well, the good news for him, in case he would be nervous, I would tell myself like, well, I have 2 shots, you know, I have 2 this. just give it everything on both, and hopefully I get rewarded. You know, just focus on the fact that you have multiple opportunities, because you could be so focused on this opportunity, and then you scratch on the break and you're sick the rest of the match. You know, like, you can get that feeling.
Yeah, so instead of telling yourself this has to be the one, because if I don't run this, then Wojciech will run it and a break and run to a hill, and I don't want to get to a hill, so I have to take this. This is the chance. This is the one I have to take. You say take the pressure down. Don't put that much pressure on yourself. Give everything you
I'm
have.
also, I have two breaks, and if he might mess up on his break too. So possibly I have 3 chances to close out the match to win the title. Well, that feels a lot better than I have to hit this break good.
Let's see how Stefan handles the pressure. 9 at the side. 2 balls on the side. That cue ball got a little funny kiss towards the short rail. So he is at the table and everything is in the open. The only issue is how can you get your foot into this rack. And I can see the 11 to the side as the easiest shot of them. It's quite thin, so you will run forward. Probably run into the free ball.
Yeah, looks like it, but I just also feel like a bad kiss on the 3 could leave you nowhere, like literally in the middle of nowhere.
Absolutely, like on the rail.
This is what I felt like was gonna happen.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
This was the worst thing that could have happened.
I totally agree, but did he had any chance, any choice? Like, we all knew he went into the 3, but what choice did he have at that moment?
Well, I was wondering, he could have taken the 5 to the bottom left corner. I know it's a lot tougher shot, but you would be having guaranteed shape. The 4 does go to the bottom left too, so that was the option. Now he could shoot the 13 in the side, or it does go to the corner. Okay.
It passes the 7. Can go forward all the way to the 12. Probably the biggest shot of his career. He's going to shoot right now. Makes it.
Wow.
Wow, that's a great shot. That was a really great shot.
Listen, he is so great shape on the 12. He can go 2 rails to the center of the table to either have the 14 or the 15. Either way is fine. This is the chance. I mean, I'm not sure if you would get a better chance than the one he's having right here.
It was kind of a nervous shot. He would have liked a little bit further, but he's forced to take on the 15 right now. Which is okay, but then there's only one more route possible. Drawing that back over the free ball for the green 14.
Ooh.
Went in.
Oh, it's
Wasn't
there.
in the center of the pocket, but it's down. He can roll forwards to get the right angle on the 10 to leave the 4 ball out of the equation.
Oh, did he leave himself some angle on the 10, or does he have to play draw to the rail?
I think he has to draw this one rail out. No sides. Let your arm go. Let the cue go.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, perfect
This
on the 8.
8 ball for the title. Wow, well done, Stefan.
So Stefan Kasper is our new European champion 8 ball. What a fantastic performance. 5 or 6 breaker runs in the final. And I would like to congratulate both players, of course, for amazing performance. Commiserations to Wojciech, of course. Would have loved to see him win as well, but probably next time. So Joris van Amersfoort and Tim de Ruyter signing off for today, but welcoming you back tomorrow morning at 10:45 local time. Have a beautiful Saturday and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
wheelchair gold medalist, Yoni Tati.
I go this way, yeah? Podium. Yes.
The other way around.
I'll do the light.
Can all 10 ball medalists please go to the tunnel between tables 2 and 3. Good evening and welcome to the presentation ceremony for the 10-ball and 8-ball disciplines here at the Predator European Pool Championships, presented by the City of Tallinn. Firstly, to present the 10-ball medals, we welcome into the arena. He's the Sports Director and Vice President of the Epbf, Tommy Laminar. And he's joined by the CEO of Predator Group, Mr. Karim Belhaj. Firstly, the wheelchair division, and the bronze medals. Will you welcome in Matej Brajkovic of Slovenia. And Kim Ronny Negård of Norway. Our silver medalist from Slovenia, David Slatek. And give it up for our gold medalist from Sweden, Henrik Larsson. The national anthem of Sweden. And on to the women's division. Firstly, we welcome bronze medalist from Germany, Ina Kaplan. And she's joined on the podium by Austria's Jasmine Ocean. Our silver medalist from Portugal, Zara Rocha. And our gold medalist, Turkish Cypriot, Alara Ghaffari. Show your respect for the Turkish national anthem. Moving on to the men's 10-ball division. Bronze medals go to, firstly, from Spain, Juan Carlos Esposito. And he's joined on the podium from Slovakia, Christian Mrva. Our silver medal goes to, from Germany, Stefan Kaspar. And finally, the gold medal from Poland, Konrad Juszczyn. Show respect for the Polish national anthem. That concludes the 10-ball medal presentations. We'll be commencing the 8-ball medals and trophies very shortly. Do we have all the 8-ball medalists at the ready? Yeah? Now it's time for the 8-ball presentation. To present the trophies, we welcome into the arena the Youth Sports Director of the Epbf, Anne Sophie Lofgren, and with her the Honorary Board Member of the Epbf, Carl-Joran Grönqvist. Firstly, the wheelchair division, and our bronze medals go to Vladimir Georgievsky of North Macedonia. And Emil Malinowski of Poland. Our 8-ball silver medalist is from Sweden, Henrik Larsson. And our gold medalist is from Finland, Jonni Tati. Please show your respect to the national anthem of Finland.